couldn't follow our distorted old rubric. I tried so hard to be the one who improves it, but the harder I fought, the worse we got. I got lost and I let my morals get diluted. A gavel strike can end a life, but still my gavel falls like endless cannonballs. The sounds echo back and haunt my dreams. They're taunting me, telling me that I'm the one who will be sentenced today. How did my own code get so fragile and fluid? Isn't it obvious that my conscience has bruises? I just wanna come clean, but don't you see? My hands are tied by an institution in ruins. All the weight on my shoulder replaced by monsters. Your face in the mirror, I barely know her. I became a foot soldier who swings for the ones that hold power. A gavel strike can end a life, but still my gavel falls like endless cannonballs. The sounds echo back and haunt my dreams. They're taunting me, telling me that I'm the one who will be sentenced to a lifetime of nightmares.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, 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 welcome. We're jumping back into it with Arknights again, following on from our yesterday's stream. Continuing on with Zwillingstürme im Herbst. Yes, I have finally learned how to say it. I still haven't learned how to say many of the names in the game, but I have learned that one. And oops, I clicked on Texas, so now we're going to have to listen to her speak through all of that when I unmute. Here we go. There she is. There she is. Alright, voice should be good to go. We're not even halfway through the event, but like I said last time, I believe it's going to be like the other events we've had in the past where like chapter, I don't know what you call them, stage? Let's call them stages. Stages like 6 and 7 don't really have much story in them usually. It's just like straight into a map and then continuing on. So maybe we'll finish it today. We'll have to see. Maybe. I've also been grinding like crazy. So there was an event like a week or two ago where I got a bunch of these, and you can see I still actually have quite a few. Actually, no. I'm running kind of dry now. I used to have a lot of these, but now they have all been funneled into Virtuosa. So she has been E1'd, and she has been leveled up to level 73. So she's getting close to being able to be level E2'd, sorry, upgraded to E2. Which I do need resources for. I'm going to need a lot of cash. And I need to do these chips. I think I actually have enough of these chips. Let me just check. I'm pretty sure I have enough of these chips. Yes, we're gonna need more of these though. Only one more, I think, because I only need 4. I only need 4. Okay, I need one more of them, which will be really easy to get, and then I can focus on farming money, which we might get money, enough credits here via the event, which should be good, which means we should have Virtuosa E2'd for the challenge modes, which I'm really hoping that I can use her in those challenge modes. I haven't got her to rank 7 yet because I am missing blue, these blue ones, skill summaries. I could upgrade them. Actually, you know what? We're going to do that now. I was going to say I could, but you know what? If I could, why not just do it? How many did I need? 3, 6. I can get 3. I think that might be enough. Savage, get out of here. We need someone with energy. Matoimaru. Hopefully we get a couple of bonuses here too. We got 1 bonus. Yep, that should be enough. Upgrade. Hey! Alright, her skills are fully upgraded. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Cool. Alright. Let's jump back into the main story. I can't really remember where we left off. We still have this stuff to do as well, but I might come back to this at the end. I'm not sure if I'm missing things by doing this. Routine visitations. Resets after 20 minutes. What are these? Various supplies, including materials. Maybe I should be doing these? Hold up. I want to just see what one of them's like. I'm not sure if I need to be reading this. I'm not sure they're actually that important to the main story going on at the moment. So it's about concerts, right? Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out whether I want to actually read this stuff all out, because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot. Ugh, you know what? We'll read it out and see. We'll do this one fully read out and see if it's actually worth doing. Muller is the owner of an instrument shop where noises of an unknown nature had been heard late at night, mixed with what sounded like a man howling. He strongly denied such claims when investigated for possible links to the noises. May I inquire as to where you were last Friday evening, Baron? I tell you, I had nothing to do with the concert. I was in my shop and didn't go anywhere that night. I closed the shop when it was time and went back into my room to rest. Do you want to have a look? His statements are consistent with the results of the investigation. The reported noises coming from the shop occurred around midnight. I would like to know more details. What were you doing around midnight? What's the point of all this? I was bathing. Sorry, I don't have a witness who can prove it. Happy? I'm assuming I'm not happy. Who is the person questioning, by the way? Which character? By the way, did you develop a recent interest in vocal music? How did you know? I mean, yes. The art form of Lyda has piqued my interest lately. Only as a listener, of course. Yes, I listen to the classic passages, humming along with them. I guarantee it has nothing to do with what you're investigating. The subject may have created the sound by singing. He wanted to improve his vocal techniques and demonstrated a strong interest in doing so. Okay, so I think he does want desire for wisdom. Can I create one? I can create one. I'm gonna say joy and double fear. Oh, I've only got 1 fear. Oh, double joy maybe then? What does Harken the Arts do? Oh, right. Yeah, we have to do that. Connect. He wanted a desire for wisdom, I think. He wants to know how to do it, right? Authority. He didn't want authority. Nervousness. Desire for wisdom. That should be it. Joy's Opus. Your subject's emotions have been stirred and memories begin to emerge. We nailed it. Nice. Okay, so we get one of these. The music of the heart sounds, resonating with the heartstrings of the subject and bringing back memories. The melody reveals that the sound from your house was created by you yourself. What is the meaning of those sounds? How insulting! I know I'm not the best singer, but when warm water runs across my skin, I can't help but open my mouth and sing. Haven't you ever had that feeling? I've been doing my best to improve my technique. Okay. Interesting. So that gets completed. Okay. I'm interested to see what happens in 15 minutes when this resets. I have a feeling I've been screwing up though. I should probably be completing all 3 of these. And in fact, I'm going to. Because we want those briefcases. A faint candlelight illuminated a corner of the room. The candlelight flickered and a mask emerged from the shadows. The caster of unknown identity has been present at outdoor concerts across the city. There was no evidence directly linking her to the incident, but it merited further investigation. Locating her was not an easy task. Hello. You know what I'm here for? As a frequent attender of concerts, did you notice anything unusual? The noise you seek has nothing to do with me. I have no interest in the cacophony of fools. Do I have any thoughts? I don't have any. You seem to be particularly fond of outdoor concerts, regardless of the program and theme. There must be something that you are interested in. Only a mediocre detective would need to seek the truth through questions and answers. I suppose I could tell you. My teacher pointed the way. I followed the teachings, searching for a power beyond my imagination, which is connected to my very essence. The caster held something tight to her hand while speaking. It seemed to be an amulet. I needed to know more. Is this going to be a Witch King amulet? Actually, no, this isn't the Witch King followers. What kind of power is it that you would go so far to search for it? A staircase that would help me climb the spire and achieve great things. I saw the revelation in the light of my teacher's arts and started searching, but I've yet to find it. I'm walking through fog and my eyes are wet. The subject was searching for something unknown at the time of the incident. She believed it would lead her to greater heights and shed tears because she had yet to find it. So sadness? To greater heights, is that knowledge or is that authority? Oh, I don't have many notes left. Harken the Arts. Wait, there's new ones in Harken the Arts? Switch in a tune. Fear and joy. Absolute fear. It's not absolute fear though. I think it's... Hold up. She believed it would lead her to greater heights and shed tears because she had yet to find it. So that's sadness, right? Sorrow. And I'm gonna do anger. Yeah. Desire for authority, desire for wisdom, desire for worldly things, maybe? Way of want. Things mundane and worldly. No, I think she wanted authority. Authority inspires, yeah. Indignation. Let's see if this is correct. I might be completely wrong here. Sorrow's opus, desire for authority. The subject's emotions have been stirred and memories begin to emerge. Emotions match. Nailed it. Nailed it. The music of the heart sounds resonating. Oh, so this says the same thing every time. Got it. Melody reveals that you were not interested in the noise at all. You were looking for something that you lost. Do you remember? The warmth. It comes from here. Why? Why does this little object feel so warm? It is like I'm wrapped in a blanket in somebody's arms, but what follows is parting, sinking sorrow, overflowing tears. What am I searching for? Investigation complete. Alright. So then these two will probably refresh. Let me just see how important these things are. I'm curious what... When you open them, what's in them? Use. Just open the one. Ooh. They're kind of important. Oh, you can get low tier materials though from it. We'll do it later. We'll do it later. We're going to jump into the main story now. Alright, ZT4. Rhapsody, Longing. A young man from Erdica climbed to the tallest spire of Ludwig's Universitat, and when he looked down across the land, this was the resulting opus. Okay, we've got 2 we have to do this time. Oh, they're kind of far away too. It looks like this red cannot go down this way. They have to go all the way around. Okay, that's fine. I think we can handle that easily. What's the level recommendation? E1 level 20. Alright, I think we might have... Yeah, Ashlock, you're gone. You don't fit no more. Let's go with... You know what, let's bring in Franca, why not? Is anyone below the level recommendation? Indra is getting close. Indra is getting close, but I think she'll be fine. This is a different kid. I think the other one was a guy, the student that was doing weird things before. Sorry, Fray Giallo. I made another mistake. Why did you stop? I don't think I played the last bar on the last line very well. Your heart is in the right place. Don't let yourself be bound by the melody. Instead, guide it with your will. I can't help but think about what I did wrong, though. Then don't hold yourself back. Music is the voice of your heart. It's a language to express yourself with. If you let yourself be caught up in the grammar before learning how to speak, then language itself loses all meaning. Your embarrassment, your self-doubt, and your thirst for the future, they're all real, so let them live in the sound of your instrument. But that's not what my arts professor said. He said that Originium Arts is a rigorous field of study, that it's about uncovering the order within chaos, like putting together a mass of unrelated notes to form a beautiful chord. But I'm having too many distracting thoughts and my sound is all over the place. That's why I can't control the energy of my arts well. I taught another student just like you before. He was reserved, shy, and not very good at expressing himself. What happened to him? He became a very brave man. A shame that he couldn't live the longer, more beautiful life I'd hoped he would. But I was fortunate enough to hear his last performance. Oh my god, is she talking about, not the Baron... Bant? No, Bant's still alive. The leader of the Watch, essentially, that went down and got turned into a statue. I think that's what she is talking about. The cry of his instrument was hardly inferior to the famed musician with whom he shared a surname. Oh, was he the descendant of someone famous? Herr Sean. Have you heard his work? Who? Did you just say... Oh, is she talking about Ebenhold? People often call him the Witch King. That Witch King? People hardly ever call him by name. Really? But to me, he was the first and foremost a musician. Franz says he stopped performing with regular instruments toward the end of his life. His music... No, you could hardly call that noise music. They say it instilled fear in anyone who heard it. True, his rhythm was in no way harmonious. Every last measure far exceeded what his audience imagined based on the previous one. But I'd never felt such a strong will. Really shouldn't talk about this on campus. I heard the Empress's voice and the Gendarmerie keep a close eye on Ludwig's Universitat. You'd be in deep trouble if they were to catch wind of it. You should return to your dorm. Keep practicing this piece. No matter what commotion you may hear outside, focus only on your own rhythm. Arturia. Wait, a voice from a sculpture? Eh? So it's you. If you're here to speak to me personally, then I take it the show is about to begin. Almost. Our guests are arriving as they should, one by one. Will you be performing everything that will happen today for me? Just like you used to. I like to be present when the melody begins. You wish to listen from beginning to end? I'm afraid that would be a very long piece. A lot of people will be hurt today. Some will even die. They will be sacrificed because of me, and I cannot allow myself to look away. I'm curious who the voice is. Even though it hurts so much, you're far more determined than anyone. You, when my performance reaches the end of your life, what will I see? Sounds like it's an older person. Ludwig's Universität. I've seen the name in more than a few books I've read. Most recently, in a leading publication on Originium arts theory. But the name comes up as early as ancient scrolls engraved with secret arts. The crest of that university shines brilliantly in the history of Lithanian's arts. It's merely a variant of the Urtica family crest. But it remains Lithanian's oldest university. Once I used to fantasize about life on a campus like this. Walking through a campus covered with red leaves, surrounded by friends of similar ages, with an endless buffet of books and literature in the library. Every day must be fulfilling here. With Their Majesty's permission, you are free to enroll in any school in Lithanian. Oh, have you noticed the eyes of the students walking around us? Their thirst for knowledge is enough for them to forget the divide between their upbringings. Yet before Kurfürst Ludwig chose to make his spire a university, all knowledge was locked away by decree. So, how can I bring myself to use that very same authority to pollute such unique purity once more? Gendarmerie. Your so-called purity has never really existed. Did you summon them here? Wait. Is he leading Viviana into a trap? I wouldn't need to. The eyes up on the spires have never looked away from Lithanian's lands. And especially not from here. Before you lies the oldest spire in the Urtica territory. The Witch King stayed in it for a decade and often returned even after his coronation. The campus may seem peaceful from the outside, but every centimeter of this place can be traced back to the Witch King. And that includes the man we're looking for. Gerhard Hoffmann. 9. We will find his teacher first. He's the one most familiar with Ludwig's Universität. Is that how that's actually pronounced in German? That seems strange. Hold up. We're gonna go back to our good old Google Translate to say this for me. We're gonna go from German. I'm just very curious because it's coming up a lot, and I feel like I'm butchering it. Universität.
Universität.
Oh, okay. No, it's actually pronounced that way. Hold up.
Universität.
And this is because I can't do the special character. Oh, here we go. I got the special character. Here we go.
Universität.
Oh, okay.
Universität.
It's like tet. The A is almost pronounced like an E.
Universität.
Universität. Okay. Again, learning German. We have another word. Since the era of the Witch King, No, since an even more distant past. He's never left this school's most ancient spire. He's never left the spire? Why are there so many Gendermares on campus? You said earlier that I was a wanted criminal. You think they're here for you? No way. Besides, we've been very careful on the way. There's no way we got their attention. Quick, find a place to hide. Team 5, Team 6, move up. Team 4, search the whole spire. Don't let any suspicious characters through. Stop! You can't just run around and use arts like you own the place. This is a university. A lot of the research we do here requires a stable environment. Even the slightest disturbance could cause irreversible damage to the sophisticated equipment and the complicated arts that have been cast. Seize him! Why? I didn't break any laws. Your name? Louis Schnitzler. You haven't answered my question. Schnitzler's of Fortsgard. Take him to the classrooms. I don't understand. Keep searching. Take any commoners to the courtyard and lock the nobles in the classrooms. Take control of anyone and anything related to House Erdica. I'm only a Schnitzler by name. My father didn't even inherit the title. What gives you the right to do all this over something that happened decades ago? Because we're investigating what happened decades ago. Young Schnitzler, as long as you behave yourself, I assure you nothing will happen to you. My family will be participating in the celebration soon. I'm going to have an audience with their majesties. Ludwig's Universität is the most historic university in Lithuanian. Not even the Kaisernin's armies dared damage a single brick on this spire 23 years ago. What gives you the right to trample on knowledge and the arts, on Lithuanian's traditions? The Kaisernin's orders, young heir. The culprit who murdered our commander is hiding in this school. If you want to protect it, then tell all your classmates that they'd better report anything they know about a strange sancta and the Witch King's remains. Oh, is he going to think it's going to relate to him because he's a sancta too? The Kaisernin's orders. No way. You seem surprised. Surprised? No, I'm just an idiot. Given her personality and disposition, how could I have thought she'd keep herself at arm's length? I can't waste time chasing after Arturia anymore. I thought she was the target of your mission too. Only part of it. My client wants to understand the reasoning behind her actions, in order to prevent her from getting in the way of our plans. But now there's a bigger problem. I can't let this ruin the plan itself. I have no further questions. As you are Lithuanian, I will not be required to execute your will. Forget it. Not like I was expecting anything resembling a goodbye from you. Executor. The case Arturia is involved in is far more serious than you could ever imagine. Even your Pope has no right to interfere. Here's some advice. Abandon your mission before the Gendarmerie make it here. Leave Zwillingstürme. He ain't gonna do that. No way. I've completed my assessment. Abandoning this mission is not an option. Told ya. He ain't leaving. Oh, they're in the room. Wait, is Ebenhold still up here? We've arrived, Drost. You'd best wait outside. I sense no danger. Don't move. What? You're blocking my pipe. Yes, the one puffing out smoke to your left. If you move, I can't guarantee that your left hand will remain after the smoke ring passes. You use a smoking pipe as a wand. This? A wand? Don't be ridiculous. I smoke to relax. Who'd want to think about serious matters while smoking? I simply wanted to run an experiment and see if this smoke ring could float all the way to the top of the Twin Spire. Oh, we're here because we have important matters to discuss, Herr Fremont. Oh, it is this guy. Okay. What a killjoy, Raina. If only you were as well behaved as the lovely little doe next to you. I'd also be interested in seeing if a smoke ring could float for dozens of kilometers. No, distance isn't the important factor. What matters is not being blinded by that uselessly shiny armor of yours. Alright, so you've ruined my mood. Now tell me, was it the gloomy sheep or the boastful sheep that asked you to come find me? Oh, I see what they're... I see where the sheep thing's coming from. Okay. Because there's two leaders, right? There's the gloomy sheep that is literally like in the military garbs that is trying to resurrect the Witch King, I'm pretty sure, from what she's said. And then there's the boastful one, which is the one that's all like in the golden / white dress that is trying to figure out what is going on. I see. The sheeps. So many sheeps. So you're telling me a copy of the Golden Gesetz was lost? The one stored in Sturmwind? Do I pay you to sit around all day? You're the Gesetz Watcher, and you can't even keep an eye on the Golden Gesetz. What good is that fancy get-up of yours other than being hung from the top of the spires as an ornament? Seriously, that Grimact, it's safer to keep it far away from the center of Whirlpool. Apparently some of your idiocy rubbed off on her. Maybe the bigger your horns, the stupider you get. Don't get me started with that pumpkin Sturmwind. Honor his vow with his life, like Heli did. First Werner has passed. Before you stands his daughter. It's a pleasure. My condolences, if you want them. But that doesn't change the fact that this whole farce is the height of absurdity. Especially the fact that Grimact waited until now to tell me. Is this stolen Goldenesgesach really so special? 23 years ago, when Kurfürst Werner returned from Zwillingstürme to Sturmland, he had it on his person. Aside from the Kaiserinnen and the Kurfürsten, no one wanted to be near it. My guess is that, like many of the arts devices from the era of the Witch King, his arts still remain in it. The Witch King's arts? The Witch King's arts? The entrance of Ludwig's Universität has the fool's arts too. They could have all the armors lining the streets start breakdancing right this moment, but is there a point? Did Grimact never mention it? Those are no normal frivolous arts. They're arts devices that Herkenschorn himself spent his life developing, all to defeat his greatest foe. The Witch King's greatest foe? Do you mean Corsica Eye of Gaul? A mere emperor leading a mere army. Do you really think transient might like that would have meant a thing to Herkenschorn in his heyday? The enemy he defeated all those years ago was the will of Lothanien. The Goldenesgesach. Apparently you aren't a complete moron. Ever since the birth of the Lothanien Empire, the Goldengesach has changed only once. All on his own, Herkenschorn issued a challenge to Lothanien's forebears, as well as to all the arts masters who put their energy into composing the Goldengesach. I also don't know what that word means. Maybe we should look that word up. How do you feel? My head. It doesn't hurt as much anymore. I'm afraid the normal healing arts won't help you very much. Your pain isn't caused by physical injuries. I know. There's an evil old fart shouting my ear off. That's all. You can actually hear him speak. Occasionally. That must be unbearable. Like his melodies, the Witch King's voice holds a power that is difficult to endure. If he wanted, he could kill a man simply by humming. You've met him. My teacher, Herr Fremont, was once the Witch King's closest friend. When he sat atop the Witch King's spire, there were once thousands of casters prostrating themselves before the steps to the throne, and I was one of them. So you're also... Ugh. Is your head hurting again? Don't worry. I betrayed him in the end. I joined the resistance and charged into the spire under Grimact and Arknights' leadership. That day, the steps I once kneeled before were redder than even the leaves in Ludwig's Universität campus. Must have been a difficult battle. For every 10 companions I fought beside, only one survived. Every last one of us was among the most capable in the country. If they had been as fortunate as me, they would have gone on to become even more outstanding scholars, even greater casters. No wonder you visited Forest Park that day. I should salute you and those who sacrifice their lives. Don't waste your strength. I'm not worth it. If it hurts, though, feel free to lean on me. Let him go. Lessing. I knew you'd come after us. Where's Professor Fremont? He's very disappointed in you. I'm sorry, Lessing. I don't want to hurt you, nor do I want to make an enemy of my dear teacher. Then why stop us? The Genesis Horn should not arrive like this. We're not pursuing any evil causes, we're simply retrieving what belongs to us and destroying what hinders us. You know that. The Witch King's relics, who do they belong to? And who decides that? You're a smart fellow, Lessing, and an honest one. You should think about these things, lest you regret all this in 20 or 30 years. I see you as my favorite student, which is why I don't want to see you make the same mistakes. I once saw you as a dear mentor too. I still remember. You weren't even half as tall as you are now when Professor Fremont handed that sword to you. Yet in the blink of an eye, you're as old as I was when I stormed the Witch King's spire. In school, time really does fly right by, doesn't it? My fear is that not enough time has passed. That I'm not strong or worthy enough to raise my sword for those I want to protect. I'm your target, remnant of the Witch King. And I have only one thing to say to you. Get out of my way. Classes are almost over. Come, this way. Wait, isn't there gonna be a meeting of the guards and Ebenholz and them running down? Huh. Mayor, what are you doing standing there? Not auditing any lectures today. Why are you holding a sword in the school building? You really love training, don't you? He chose this path on purpose. Have you heard? A large group of Gendarmes barged into the school today. They're searching everyone. They're coming across, especially commoners from the Erdika territory. Hold on. Why are you running so fast? Even up the stairs? The school administration doesn't allow that. No running. Are you okay? Why haste your strength on me? I'm much older than you. I should be the one protecting you. Huh. Well, I'm the one he's after. Besides, I don't want to see any more blood spilled on my account. Considering Lessing's abilities and temperament, he'll catch up to us soon. We need to take a safer route. Are we inside a school? Ludwig's Universität. You are of the Erdika bloodline. If the Witch King hadn't fallen when you were born, you would have studied arts here. I'd really wish I weren't. The Erdikas have produced more than one Lithanian ruler, aside from Herkon and the other Kaisers. Ludwig, known as the Scholar, he was the Kurfürst of Einwald, and he too almost became the Kaiser of Lithanian. And he was also your ancestor. He wanted everyone to gain the most supreme knowledge, so that the land would never again impede Lithanian. When he insisted on opening up his family spire to all of Einwald's citizens, many thought he'd gone mad. Mad? Huh. I suppose a lot of our family get called that. Madness goes hand in hand with greatness. This has always been the way of House Erdika. Even the Witch King was a benevolent ruler of unsurpassed talent before he succumbed to his madness. Succumbing to madness has far more frightening connotations when it happens to a tyrant rather than a commoner. If that's another Erdika tradition, then I'll have to find somewhere to bleed out before it happens to me. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I saw the bravery in you. But your life is precious, and self-destruction has never been the only path open to you. Franz. May I call you Franz? You know the name I threw away. You won't ever be alone again. Let me help you. Gerhard Hoffmann. Of all my students, he's the one who knows best what the Golden Gasach really is. If only he were here, then I wouldn't need to waste my energy explaining all this. How did you know our purpose here? Purpose? The Witch King's remains killed my father, as well as 2 more who participated in the coup 23 years ago. We suspect that their next target is Herr Hoffmann. Oh, you came at just the right time then. Just 15 minutes ago. Wait, what did you just say? Gerhard is involved with the Witch King's remains. The same remains that experimented on Herr Kampfschorn's great-grandson simply to blow up a dime a dozen music hall. I suppose so. They may not be the exact same group. They're working under a similar banner. But how do you know so much about even the finest details of the Weishelm incident? This energy fluctuation. It's a sign that arts were cast to maintain structural integrity here. The same kind of arts used by Einwald's caster army. And don't mistake my arts for their child's play. Forget the Einwald of today. Even when Herkenschorn was still around, I was the one who taught all his lackeys their spatial arts. Stand back, Drost. Why are you reaching for your blade? Stay away from my instruments. It's been centuries since this spire was last repaired, and it can't withstand being knocked around. Fremont. Is the experiment you were just conducting related to the voice of Mundane? Oh, and combat. Okay. Yes. Yes, it was. What are you going to do about it? Okay, there's a lot of things down here. Okay, let's put Scavenger down. It might be time to switch out Scavenger as well. She's probably going to get turfed in the next map. How do we want to do this? I think we do want to do this. I'm very curious what the boss music for this is going to be, because the music has already been pretty banging for this. Oh my god, does she hit for ridiculous damage now? She does. Oh, he's gonna burst. And he bursted. Rip. What the hell is that? After a few attacks, the next attack deals damage to all targets in range. Attack range increases when Passionate Variation is active. Passionate Variation is about to happen. Alright, we gotta be on top of this actually then. Guess we can do this. We need to clear this out so we can actually activate these things. Oh, we're in kind of an awkward position for healing. I'll put it on the top, I guess. Alright, there we go. Do we need to bother about it at the moment? I don't think so. I think we're good. Alright, now we got the sad boy music. Alright, we don't have any other range tiles, so all we can really place down is melee people. She's probably gonna die. Yeah, she hasn't been E2'd actually. Oh no, I did E2 her. Okay, nice. Yeah, where's your range, huh? You ain't got none. Alright, come on. Come on, you slow people. Admittedly, the music I've got set at the moment is making them slow, but... Oh, yeah, Viviana might be dead here. Oh, you're gonna go all the way around. Okay. Okay. Rip Viviana. Let's put Franca down just for extra damage. Oh, I forgot I got Franca's skin. Look at that, this is the first time I've seen it. She's got a little burb. A little blue burb. Nice. How long do you reckon it's going to take for Viviana to get a skin? Her design is very, is a lot. It's chaotic and it's a lot. So I'm going to be very curious what they're able to do with her design skin-wise. Quick, upstairs. I heard from a student just now. The sancta we're looking for is hiding there. A pipe organ. The entire spire is designed in the shape of an enormous pipe organ. It matches the distinguishing characteristics of the background sounds in the cello piece we heard earlier. There's a very high chance that the wanted criminal Artoria is hiding here. Will you keep going? Originium arts that use sculptures to synchronize voices. The very same kind I heard at the site of the attack at Carl Schmidt Street. So you started working with the Witch King's remains after all, Artoria. If I told you I never cared who you were and had no interest in Nathaniel's political turmoil, would you believe me? The resentment of individuals has never been a motive for your crimes, and I see power struggles and profit as even less likely candidates. Oh, are we finally going to be digging into Artoria's motives? Oh, Federico, you really do know me better than anyone. Everyone else's minds are tainted with thoughts, while you, boring as you are, you and I are alike. All these years I have walked amidst chaos simply to find an even stronger soul. Okay, this journey was no different. I simply accepted the invitation of a few Lithanian acquaintances. That's the only reason for my visit. Okay. Stronger emotionally? Even without my insurances, you should already know in your heart that no matter what becomes of Lithanian tomorrow, it will have no immediate effect on Laterano. Perhaps. Then, can I ask you the same thing the Lupo boy did? That you ignore what you see here? You're upstairs. You guessed right. I suppose I could give you a reward and let you see me. How about this? Once my wish comes true, I'll be waiting for you at the city gates on the day I leave Zwillingstürme. When the time comes, if you still want me to go back to Laterano with you, I promise you I'll think about it. An arrest is not a request. You do not have the right to think about it. My lovely baby brother, you really... They're related? Oh. It makes sense, because he has the black wings and halo as well. Oh. My lovely baby brother, you really don't know when to give up. Target spotted. It's the Sancta who was at the scene of the Captain Borden's murder. Everyone, surround Sonata Spire immediately. The suspect didn't stop. He ran upstairs. After him. One floor after another, Lithanian spires are always so tall. There are more and more pursuers by the second. Shoes of various ages step on the stairs, each producing a different sound. The pipes that form the spire's walls are vibrating even more powerfully now. The sound of the organ and the footsteps blend together to form a unique piece, with the squads meandering up the spiral staircase as the performers. At the front, Federico maintains a steady pace through the entire process. Even his heart rate remains unchanged. His eyes do not see any of the pursuing soldiers. All he can see is the target before him. A decade has passed, but as though only a day has gone by, nothing has changed. The last floor. By leaping past the few dozen steps before him, he will reach his target. Don't move! You, Sancta! Don't tell me you can actually fly. Just how fast can you run? Good thing the students told me about another shortcut up here. I'm beat. I don't care how amazing you are. If you take another step, I'll taking you down. So what will you do? Will you declare war on the Lithanian Gendarmerie? They too are enforcers of law, much like your countless co-workers at the Notorial Hall. However, unlike you, they hesitate before plunging themselves into battle. They feel fear. When you charge ahead in pursuit of your target with no regard for anything else, do you lay eyes on these ordinary men and women for even a moment? What's that sound? Is somebody talking to you? Are they your buddy? You have friends here, don't you? Did you lure us into an ambush? She is not my friend. But I am a fellow Sancta. We both have the same halos above our heads and the same wings on our backs. We're even related by blood. How will you persuade them that you came all this way not to aid me, but to arrest me? The misunderstandings of others have never been the reason to waver. My teammates will be here soon. You won't get away. Surrender. Approach those who misunderstand you and end this pointless pursuit. Clearly explain your position and motives to them, and then accept the fact that you have failed once again. You're right in front of me. I have unearthed evidence of your arts. Drop all your weapons. Back away from the talking sculpture. I ask that you please calm down. I am not your enemy. That's what all smooth-talking criminals say. I trust nothing but my eyes and my arts unit. You'll pay for what you did to Captain Borden's Sancta. I was not responsible for Loris Borden's death. They're already under the thumb of their most irrational emotions. Your music is affecting everyone in the area. Is this really my doing? Perhaps this is what they've always wanted, deep down. I told you long ago, much like our society, most people's minds are filled with chaos. You ignore this fact. The only thing on your mind is to sidestep the chaos and find the most efficient shortcut to resolving the issue at hand. Poor Federico. Have you still not noticed why you've never managed to catch me, even though you've pursued me all these years? How is a man who sealed off his own perceptions, unwilling to touch the chaos, supposed to reach chaos itself? That doesn't concern me. And you are not chaos itself. You are a criminal, and your actions beget chaos, which is why you must be stopped. Like right now. I have you now, Artoria. Federico raises his gun. The bullet pierces the speaking sculpture opposite him and continues in a straight path until it shatters the wall. The black-haired Sancta is standing on a balcony not far away. With her back facing the setting sun and a bow in her hand, she smiles faintly. Meanwhile, beam after beam of arts light finally reach the executor. What's going on? I just saw a bunch of Gendarmerie surrounding Sonata Spire. Haven't you heard? It's the Witch King's remains. They're hiding among us in the school, researching arts used to hurt people. It's so scary. How come none of us ever noticed? I don't believe it. How can you be so sure they aren't lying? Their Majesties have long seen the school as a thorn in their side. It's probably an excuse to destroy Ludwig's Universitet. How dare you doubt their Majesties? Oh, I get it. You're under the Witch King's remains influence yourself, aren't you? No, You might even be the one who led them here in the first place. You're one of them. How could you slander me like that? We've shared a room ever since we started school. I even took you to my family's villa by the lake every summer. Huh, and how many of your family's fine possessions in that villa were awards from the Witch King? Like that set of arts crystals in the basement, used to observe catastrophes. They were refined from the ashes of the infected, weren't they? What did you just... Defame me all you like, but don't you dare drag my grandmother into this. She was the greatest catastrophe scholar in Einwald, and she died for the Lithanian on the northern Strumland battlefield. My eyes! I'm reporting you and your family to the Gendarmerie and the Empress's voice. You wretched Witch King's remnant. What does that make you? An idiot who crawled your way here by clutching to the hems of the Twin Empress's dresses. If your family didn't so happen to have been on the right side, the lot of you would have still been boatmen ferrying the nobles. What do you even know? Do you ever learn to truly respect knowledge? You don't even know which instruments to use for different occasions. Of course, I always knew you looked down on me. Come on, fight me. What are you doing protecting him, Maya? Your family used to serve the nobles too. Aren't you itching to take this chance to beat him up? To beat up these haughty snobs? The university forbids originium arts duels between students. When a pack of wild beasts gains knowledge, that doesn't mean they've become civilized. All they've learned is how to use it to hide their fangs. We should be ridding ourselves of this brutish rabble. They'll only tarnish the elegance and values of Ludwig's Universitet. Shut up. We worked for centuries to earn the right for commoners and nobles to sit in one classroom together. Neither Ludwig's Universitet or society as a whole should regress. Out of the way, Maya, or you're my enemy too. Huh, you aren't much better than him, Maya. The old fart who raised you has been stinking up the place longer than anyone else, hasn't he? I heard he's lived for hundreds of years, and he keeps extending his life with the bones of the dead. Maybe he put you together from bones too. I've also heard rumors. They say even the twins were molded by ferment with his witchcraft. Nonsense. Fremont and the Witch King were the best of friends. I bet he's the leader of the Witch King's remains. Both of you should get some rest. Did he just knock them out? His long sword wrapped in cloth blocks the arts flying toward him from both sides. Lessing single-handedly stops both of them. He then lifts his head, find even more beams of arts being flung toward one another. Firelight, ice crystals, strange energy balls, frenzied flower beds, and upside-down fountains. Every spell ever taught in lectures is now interwoven with one another all at once. There is a thunderous rumble. A golem running around has knocked over a road sign. Ludwig's Universitet. The shining school crest falls into a cloud of dust. Everyone's true feelings and emotions are starting to be revealed. The school that's crumbling. No, the idea that held it up. And of course, Artoria is probably just up on the top of the spire, just playing and giggling to herself that it's all working out perfectly. I'm still so confused. What is her motives? Why does she do what she does? I'm really getting on in the years. It's only been such a short distance, yet it feels as though I've climbed hundreds of steps. I think I heard the sounds of a fight above ground. Are the Witch King's remains fighting with those from the university? You're too weak. Leave the war to the others for now. But suppose this war started because of me. I'd have no reason to hide. You feel guilty. That's only natural. Fate chose you over the others to live, and that is not necessarily a mercy. I know better than anyone how that feels. Have you experienced a similar suffering? I was gravely injured during the final battle, and spent the better part of a year in a confused state. It was Professor Fremont who spent that time in the effort to cure me. That day, when I finally woke up from my nightmare of being bound to those blood-red steps, the first thought that entered my mind was that my classmates, friends, and even my lover were all gone. In my despair, I climbed to the top of Sonada's spire, wishing to leap from it. He found me up there, and I asked him, was everything I did for Lithanian truly meaningful? What happened next? Did you find the meaning you sought? He gave me a number of books on the Golden Nesgesach. He told me that whenever I can't answer my own questions, history can. So I started studying the Golden Nesgesach, how Lithanian came to be, and the direction it should go. I researched these topics for 20 years. And what answer did you come to? The problems facing Lithanian have always existed, ever since the birth of the Golden Nesgesach. The cultural differences between tribes, the rift between nobles and commoners, all these have existed for over 1,000 years. History has proven how difficult it is to change Lithanian, to give its citizens new lives and to end the endless sacrifices. You must possess both absolute power and unbreakable resolve. Luckily, such power wasn't completely lost, and we're on our way to find it right now. So this power you speak of is hidden somewhere on this old campus. Ja. And by obtaining it, we'll be able to resolve the predicament before us, eliminate the threat of the Witch King's remains, and change my fate, all at the same time. It was only my confidence in it that gave me the courage to go against my teacher. Come, friends. It's right up ahead. 9. Wait, he's there? Wasn't he just dealing with kids out in the park? How is he back already? You again. Don't follow him any further. You shouldn't go there. Come back with me. So you can strap me to a table again and make me a vessel for summoning the Witch King's legacy. In your dreams. Let the dregs of the past be buried by time and vanish from Lithanian entirely. They will. I'm doing what I can to ensure that happens. But before that, there's no before anything. I've thrown away even a guarantee from the Kaiser Nin. Do you really think I'd listen to the promises of a remnant of the Witch King? All I want is to obtain the Witch King's legacy. The people you're talking about, the ones who want to summon the Witch King, are my enemies too. Not this again. Is always denying your involvement really that fun for you people? Or are you fighting over who gets credit for what, all to crawl ever closer to that rotten throne? I'm sick of all this. Can't you pick some other trophy and stay away from me? The stairs beneath us are vanishing. This school is much older than you can imagine. Don't resist the power of history. Give up. No. Lessing, not even you can fight a transforming staircase on your own. You'll only hurt yourself. Are you this cruel to yourself too? Look, I don't know what Gerhard told you. Don't listen to him. Rather than someone who claims to be grateful to the Witch King and wants to lock me away in a lab, I'd rather trust someone who once stood against the Witch King and saved my life. The advent of the Genesis Horn is extremely unlikely to hurt you in any way. The old man and I triple-checked that. The process may be painful, but not unbearable. But you aren't me. What right do you have to make that decision for me? I don't, but everyone has a responsibility that only they can bear. Stop running away. If neither the voice of Mundane nor the Erdika bloodline are things that you can change, then all you can do is accept them. Accept them. The ones who killed my parents and forced the voice of Mundane into me gave me that same excuse. The ones who almost turned me into a bomb to blow up a city. The ones who killed my brother said nearly the same thing. Why do you people always have these self-righteous justifications? Is that really enough for you to ignore all the screams you're creating? Verdammt. Still not letting go even after that blow. Are you really so eager to be torn to pieces by the ancient arts of these stairs? I'd rather die than see you fall into their hands. This has always been about more than just you. More than me as well. When Lithanion's future is at stake, any sacrifice is. Franz, come. We need to keep going. Get left behind, idiot. This energy enveloping me. Did you save me? I didn't do it to save you. I just can't stand people like you obsessed with sacrificing themselves. Franz. Ebenholz. Don't walk right into a trap. Interesting. Okay. The messenger guy that's with him, this guy is now giving me vibes that he is very much the enemy. He's doing some sus stuff, man. Although weird that he says he marched against the Witch King, but now it feels like he's part of the group that wants to bring the Witch King back. Come on, friends. What is this place? This is where the key I mentioned lies. The key capable of fundamentally changing Lithanion. 1,000 years ago, sages from the various tribes came together and signed an alliance witnessed by an all-powerful, immortal caster. This pact laid out the relationship between the tribes, established the Kefirsten system, and set the foundation for Lithanian morality and appreciation of the arts. You mean the Goldenes Gesach? Ja. In the centuries that followed, the Goldenes Gesach ensured Lithanion's stability. Okay, I'm going to look this word up because I have a feeling it means something. Give me a second here. Back to Google Translate. What the hell does this mean? German. How is it spelled? Golden. So golden. And Gesatz. Golden Nesgesach. Is that right? Golden Esgesach. Golden Esgesach.
Goldenes Gesetz.
There you go. Golden Nesgesach. What does it mean? It's translating it to Gilda law. I don't know what that means though. Gilda law. What if I search just the word? Is this something that's actually a thing in German? Oh, Goldenes Gesach means golden movement. So in music, got it. Okay. The golden movement ensured Lithanion's stability. That is until a century ago when the Syracusans became the first to turn their backs on the Goldenes Gesats and seek independence from Lithanion. It was a bloody conflict, lasting several years. With one part of the choir gone, the movement became destabilized, and many regions fell into chaos. Lithanion was on the brink of collapse. In those dire circumstances, a man stepped forward. He realized that the Goldenes Gesats had to be amended. Only by removing Syracusa from the score entirely could the reborn movement unite the 9 remaining regions. The Witch King. Correct, my child. What you see before you is the most mysterious chamber of Ludwig's Universitat, where House Urtica's arts, circulated for centuries, are gathered, and where Herkampf Schorn rewrote the Goldenes Gesats. Frickin' Lupos, man. They ruined everything for Lithanion. Or almost ruined everything. I cannot agree to your methods. Even if I were willing to believe you that the Genesis Horn truly exists, it is incapable of descending upon Zwillingstürme as it is now. This is exactly why I didn't bother notifying you people. The Gesalt's Watcher have heads even harder than their helmets. Your so-called safe and controllable plan to summon the Genesis Horn has already failed. The Witch King's remnants are hiding within the campus, and with all the relics of the Witch King stored here, they will bring forth a disaster of unprecedented scale. And for now, there is only one efficient means of stopping them. I refuse. We'll evacuate all the students and university staff. Ludwig's Universitat contains much more value than just its students and instructors. I've had tenure here for centuries. Can you even imagine how many precious arts devices and enchantments there are here? I understand, but I ask that you please prioritize Lithanian's safety. Absolutely not. You say you understand, but that's far beyond your meager capabilities. The old man's voice calms down. His habitual tongue-lashing comes to a halt as he stares at the man in front of him. The shadow of his skinny body on the wall suddenly grows very tall, like a spire covered in vines. These spires are not for you to meddle with. If you dare suggest destroying them again, I'll throw all of you out at once. Something isn't right. The sunset outside the window disappeared. The sun's not the only thing that's gone. Ugh. How very brave of you. Eh? There's multiples of him? However, don't even try to touch my shadow again, unless you wish to be dissolved by it. Wait, doesn't Viviana, like, control shadows in a weird way? With the candle? Fremont's shadow. It's fractured into innumerable silk strings. Drost, lower your arts. Do not probe those shadows. His true form is hidden inside. You're not yet strong enough to stare directly into his soul. Oh, so you've figured out who I am. Then you must also know that no one who's been thrown outside by me has ever managed to climb back up alive. If you're brave enough, feel free to see for yourself. There is nothing out there whatsoever. I assure you that were you to leap outside, you wouldn't even have time to scream. Your mouths, vocal cords, and limbs would all perish in the darkness. I've never even heard of arts like these. Exile. I've heard it spoken in legends, but was never sure how much truth there was to it until today. You've been hiding in Lithanian for so long now. Why choose now to reveal your identity? Lich. A lich? You mean Fremont is a Sarkaz? Huh, a Sarkaz. Aside from the immortal bastards of the royal court, very few these days have been able to deduce my identity. You say I've been hiding. It's a good way to put it, little lamb. When you put it like that, I've stayed in this country for far too long, haven't I? I never meant to hide my true identity. It's only that I've grown used to being cooped up in this spire, with my head buried in the literature here. It's you people who forgot who I was. All of you kept bothering me with Lithanian's messes. Sometimes it's the wolves bickering with the lambs. Other times it's two deer locking antlers. Haven't you wasted enough of my time? Now scram, and tell Grimact that I don't care anymore. Once I've recovered what I loaned from the Genesis Horn, the liches will be gone from Lithanian for good. And if it's not too much to ask, get the hell out of here and never set foot in my holy temple again. The Genesis Horn cannot be allowed to descend. Did you not understand a word I just said? I am no match for you, but that doesn't mean Lithanian's Gersa Watcher will give up so easily. And what about you, my lovely doe? Do you also seek death? Let her leave. Fremont, surely there is still room to negotiate. Oh, you can stop trying. Oh, it's you. Hello, Drost. 9. I should call you Frey Hochberg. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Michael, the personal envoy of Her Majesty Grimact. So you're another Empress's voice. I am not. An Empress's voice serves both Kaiserinnen at once, while I belong only to Grimact. Can I take that to mean that we're enemies? The last time we met, I already told you that we might walk different paths. What are you dawdling around for, wolf cub? Hurry up and throw them out of here. Right away. Rainer, Frey Hochberg. These are Grimac's orders. I am to assist Air Fremont and ensure that the Genesis Horn makes its advent on Zwillingstürme. But why? First, because this was Grimac's promise to Air Fremont. As a show of gratitude to the Lich's contribution to Lithanian over the past millennium, and to foster a continued, long-lasting friendship, we will help Air Fremont retrieve what once belonged to him. Second, if there's anyone who has the right to use the Genesis Horn, it can only be my liege. Your liege. Singular. Don't let him get to you, Drost. It doesn't matter if it was Grimac or Ewignard who wished for this. There's no reason for you to get involved. House Alkberg has already sacrificed too much for the conflict between the Witch King and the Twin Empresses, and for the Golden Escasats. I will see you out of here safely, even if I must put my life on the line. What's going on? Why is the spire shaking? It's not the spire that's shaking. It's the ground beneath us. The shadow is fracturing. Something is trying to make its way through. Is there something underneath the campus's plate? House Ertica's secret chamber. Those stupid sheep barged into my underground space. Fremont, you fool! You've been in Lithanian for far too long. You've contracted the stupidity of these bighorn sheep. I love the insults. The insults are great. Thank goodness, the legends were true. The old man was telling the truth. All these enchantments and arts devices, every last one perfectly preserved. This is living history. Not even the greatest history books were able to go into such fine detail about the situation. Wait, this is... Yup. Does that mean he's lying about marching on the Witch King? I wonder. Or maybe it's genuinely a change in thought. Maybe he thought it was better under the Lich King. Not the Lich King, the Witch King. A silhouette emerges from the darkness, followed by another and another. Their robes, hoods, and masks have not changed at all in the past 20 years. A silhouette he could not be more familiar with emerges from the nightmare that's plagued him for his entire life, and steps right in front of him. Welcome back to your territory, Graf Ertica. Professor Hoffman. What is it, Franz? Look what I just found. This is an art scroll that's been missing for ages. And this. Oh, it's a trade. It's a trade. He doesn't care about no Witch King. He's here to get knowledge. He's traded Ebonholds for all the stuff in this room, I bet. And this. It can't possibly be the brass instrument used by the Herkenschorn himself, can it? There are treasures here far more valuable than I ever imagined. My head. It hurts. Verdammt. Why now of all times? When it's the most dangerous? No, I can't fall here. Professor Hoffman, please go. I'll protect you. He doesn't need protecting, Ebonholds. My poor boy, he does not need protecting. Franz? What in blazes are you talking about? Lessing was right. I can't keep running away. All this time there's always been someone protecting me. All the people by my side. First it was that lady, then the respectable Gendarmerie, then Herr Cerny, and him. All of them, more willing to sacrifice themselves than I. But this time, I'll do it. I'll kill myself here. I still have the voice of Mundane they love so much. That should be more than enough to blow this chamber of evil to smithereens. Grab what you want while you still can. Go. Hurry. It's time you got some rest, you silly child. What did you say? My life's work is about to be realized, but how am I supposed to accomplish all this without you? Do you just knock Ebenholds out? Yep. This is the second time. Someone holds a brass instrument up high and violently strikes his head. Graf Ertica. Many years ago, he woke up to find himself shackled to that chair. In the 10 years since, he was granted this name. He never wanted the title of Graf, and he despised the name Ertica more than anything. Even the name Franz, an old-fashioned name used by countless noble children, is something he has always loathed. In that spire standing tall in the center of the Ertica Grafschaft, he tried to escape that chair again and again. After all, it was never him that the nobles reporting on the affairs of the Grafschaft truly cared about. They knew each other well, which is why the guards only ever came early in the day to drag him from the curtains to the chair. After a long time, he would finally be allowed to roam the spire aimlessly. Not even the guards noticed him then, until the next morning arrived. The days went by in that vicious cycle. If he hadn't tried to run even further afield, hadn't thought about the other person suffering a similar fate, hadn't tried to resist, and hadn't been shown any hope whatsoever, then perhaps he would have been bound to that chair his entire life. But then, today, he finds himself caught once again, and behind him is yet another familiar chair. Its shadow is simple, elegant, and entwined with thorns. At a single glance, it feels as if his eyes, brain, and heart have been pierced with intense pain. Even the chairs around him are similar. It's just that, this time, they call him Witch King. What whoa? Oh what whoa? Resisted Ebenholds. Oh, so that's how you get the notes. Right, so you have to complete the levels to get the actual emotion notes. Makes sense, makes sense. Alright, ZT5. Sonata. Autumn. A meeting, then desolation. Betrayal, then regret. Autumn's monologue. Elite 1, level 30. Alright, we're gonna have to get rid of a couple of them, I think. There's only one on this map. Okay. I'm thinking... Okay, here's what I'm thinking. We put something here that slows. That can hit all these squares, which I think they can hit almost all of them. They might miss one. And then in the rest of the area, we have a Chaincaster, a Explosive DPS. So let's go and have a... Yes, use it. Oh, there's a data sync. Or, if there's a data sync, that means we have another free roll. Oh, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Strategy... I think strategy T is actually the best strategy. Nope, it's the worst. I hate it. Alright, free roll. Let's go. Free roll. What do we got? What do we got? It's a purple. Hello, Beanstalk. Alright. Where am I going? In here. Yes. Start. Alright, so we are going to get rid of Indra. Jeez, Viviana's also fallen off. We're gonna keep Viviana around though. So wait, does Virtuosa, she slows, right? and are slowed. Enemies within attack range take some critical damage and are slowed for... Yes, okay, so Virtuosa is the one that slows. Great. So now we just need a chain caster, which we're going to get Astion in for. We're going to get rid of Ji-Yun and bring in... Who do we bring in? Bum, 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 bum. No, because Arado has that gap. So does Rosa. Pazemka, maybe? Or we could just do Meteorite. We could just Dream Team now. Okay, we're just going to Dream Team now. We're going to bring in Meteorite. Scavenger is still okay. Franca. I think I'm going to bring in another healer. And I'm going to get rid of Franca. Let's bring in Hibiscus. Bum 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 ba-dum bum. A standoff. It was meant to be a sudden assault. The casters of Kreis, Head and Schwert would disguise themselves as musicians and infiltrated the Witch King's spire, while the armies from Erdenair and Sturmland would stay hidden outside through their enchantments. No one dared underestimate the Witch King's power, but the battle was nonetheless harder than anyone could have imagined. The army outside the spire was discovered by the Ironwold Imperial Guard. The first wave of casters all died at its base, while the second wave was swallowed by the endless staircase. The only ones who made it to the throne were the twins, Grimact and her sister, Ewigedned. Black and red had always been the Erdica colours, but from the entrance to its deepest innards, the spire was almost completely void of black tiles, because of all the spilled blood. Jeez. House Erdica's secret chamber lies underground, and it's very close to Sonata Spire, so we can make our way down through it. Fremont has already left, and we must catch up. 9. Is something the matter? Go no further. The Witch King's Imperial Guard is here. You will die. The Imperial Guard? What do you mean? The folks from Heldenschwert never expected you people to win. They simply wanted the Sturmland armies to keep the Imperial Guard at bay while the twins climbed the spire. In their plans, all of you were meant to die. The Witch King, the twins, everyone. Tell your father and Ernst that the Hochbergs should not be buried here, not in this spire. Herr Reiner, my father is dead. I'm the reason you're the only survivor. I'm the one who took away your freedom. Please, look at me. I'm Viviana. Did you perhaps mistake me for my father? Leave now. Leave Ludwig's Universitat. Grimac's envoy has passed on the Kaiserin's order. As an Empress's voice, you have more than enough grounds to terminate your mission, and to prevent the voices from going out of sync. Ewignaid won't punish you for that either. Do you hear the commotion around us? It sounds familiar. This is practically a battlefield. My duties prevent me from escorting you out, but I can at least use my melody to forge a path through the chaos for you. 9. I will never forget how quiet and peaceful it was when we entered the campus. The young students' faces still had hope for what was to come. I can't let them become sacrifices to this conflict. While I'm nowhere near as strong as you or Herr Fremont, I like to help as many of those weaker than me as I can. Herr Kampfschorn's secret lies ahead. Ewignaid said that when Das Kaiserinnenfest comes to an end, you'll have another chance to choose. For once you've gazed upon the country's darkest, most hidden secret, all your other choices will immediately evaporate. I expected as much. But while I long for freedom, I can't very well turn my back on people suffering right in front of me. Ironic, isn't it? Just like your father. Tja, I know. I've always known the kind of man he was. What's going on? Why are there so many people underground? They charged inside. It's not just Sonata Spire either. The Scholar's Spire next door too. There are students everywhere. Stop them all. Don't let them block the stairs or we can't chase. Who did that? No idea. There's too much going on. I can't make anything out. Whoa. Witch King's remnants? Listen. Listen to the extreme chaos, as well as the only melody that can be found within it. That is Herkenshorn's sigh, the final sound our king left upon this land. So she's just chilling at the top here, right? Wait, surely her brother's going to arrive there soon, right? I know the spires are freaking massive, but... The supreme spire whose dark shadow on the ground causes all to shudder. Those who do not wish to be engulfed in darkness paddle their arms and climb the staircases leading up. The pitch black will hangs over the throne in silence, awaiting inquiries from other souls. Those who hide behind the curtains regret the demise of love. Those who lead the charge in others' stead ponder the meaning of heroism. Those who wade through the sea of their fallen comrades' blood lament the price of their sacrifice. All of them now gather at the far ends of this spiral staircase to witness the birth of this melody. Its name? Der Tod des Hexenkönigs. I wonder if she's going to try and counter it. Counter the melody. Maybe she's a good guy? Maybe? It's the Witch King's army. They're charging toward me. Casters pouring in through catastrophes. Originium piercing entire cities. Help! I don't want to die, but I might as well. Please, burn me to ashes. I don't want to be crumpled into a living ball of flesh. Uh-oh. How could you set yourself ablaze, you idiot? Oh, he actually set himself on fire? What? 9. Everyone here has gone mad. The sound. The pipe organ. Are the Witch King's remnants performing? All of us are under the influence of their illusions. Who's there on the podium? All this blood, all these corpses. But who is it lying in the blood? Grimact? Awakenad? Eh? It's you, the wicked twins. The rumors were true, weren't they? Your souls were cooked up by the Sarkaz arts and your blood molded from the ambitions of traders. You killed Lithanion's true king and took over her throne. You two were born to destroy this country. You're wrong. Grimact may be cruel, but she's not evil. And who are you? Another empress's voice? A puppet carrying out the twins' will? 9, she wouldn't let me become one. But I'm alive because of Grimact. I want to help her. I want to... Anyone who accepts a monster's reward becomes a monster themselves. Look at all this. Look at how far Lithanion has fallen because of you people. This spire, this school. But you keep Ludwig's Universitat around only to impersonate us true Lithanions. To pretend you still had the decency to respect tradition. I've had enough. I'm sick of the Empress's voice showing up at our lectures. I'm sick of the salons incapable of anything other than empty praise. Our history, our knowledge, and our arts are all long dead. Murdered. So we may as well die together. I'll kill all of you. What are these arts? Why can't I block them? No. Is that a fist? Michael's eyes suddenly widen. More and more people rush towards Sonata Spire by the minute, joining the fray as the music continues. Many of them set down their wands, choosing instead to use their fists, legs, and teeth. Is this still the Lithanian he knows? All the rhetorical tricks and combat tactics he learned, even Originium arts, have lost their effectiveness. Aside from cowering under his shield, there is nothing he can do. Right now, he is no different from the young boy he was when he had just left his hometown and arrived in Zwillingstürme. Please, I beg you, Ewiganade, I'll do anything, please spare me. No, don't hurt me. Grimact, Grimact. Please stand. Who? Raise your shield and face it to your left. Okay. Help me hold this help me hold this person up. A Gendarm? Who is he? I do not know his name, but he is one of Loris Borden's subordinates. He was attempting to blow my head up with arts, and you still saved him. Ugh. The third sculpture shattered. He was merely carrying out his duties. I saw no reason to harm him. These men may be under the influence of arts, losing their reason to their most intense emotions buried deep within their hearts. Fighting them would be inefficient. I suggest instead quickly rendering them unconscious, as I have been doing. So this entire time, you've been knocking people out while making your way through the crowd? I've also attempted to place them in a corner to ensure that they won't be stepped on or struck in the melee. Danke, then, for not clubbing me the moment you saw me then. I do not require thanks. Michael Wolf, you may be young, but mentally you are much stronger than most adults. I believe that as long as someone is available to provide you a hint, you would never lose yourself to these illusions. That is not necessarily the case for everyone else. Although I have yet to receive confirmation, if it was Artoria's music that caused this chaos, then the abnormal behavior will continue until we end her performance. I'll leave this place to you, Michael Wolf. Call me Michael. I must continue ascending, Michael. Oh my god, I'm so curious. I need these two to meet. This sound is very familiar. The staircase outside must be as chaotic as it was 23 years ago. Panic, anxiety, fear, and rage. All these emotions caused by that non-existent spire. The Genesis spire standing at the heart of Lithanian. When its sound can once again be heard far and wide, what sort of music will it finally have in store for us? Okay, so she is working with someone. Herkampf Sean, our one and only king. Your magnificent props up the spire, and your radiance shrouds the land. Your soul shines eternal, and your arts will never fade. All of Lithanian's wisdom and elegance gather before you. Your luminance and greatness are the pillars of her success. Lift your heads, all ye who prostrate on the land before him. Gaze upon our king's accomplishments, his glory. At last, the day has finally arrived. For 2 decades I've dreamt of walking up those long stairs and standing before this very throne. Fortunately, fate provided me with the enchantments you left on the golden Gesats. Today, very soon, your final melody will be performed. Herkampf Sean, Lithanian's most supreme ruler. Allow me to once again seek an audience. Allow me to seek your forgiveness. Good boy, Franz. I apologize. I had no choice but to knock you out. Does your head still hurt? I would have thought you'd have plenty of questions for me. Huh. Ja, that's the look. You're in pain but unwilling to give in. Even lying in sludge, you'd still look upon your betters with scorn. my betters. All I see is a flock of madmen putting on a show. Your ramblings are even less worth listening to than the noise in my head. You believe us insane, and that we've mistaken you for the Witch King, and so we repent and kneel before you. What a shame. Even I had hoped that you could truly become him. If only our original experiment had succeeded. If only we'd found the way to perform the voice of Mundane right from the start. Then neither you nor the other children would have suffered so. It was you? And to think I was going to protect you. Huh. You're coughing up blood. I almost wish my blood really were imbued with evil power. Then I could have at least burnt away that deceitful mask you're wearing. But I haven't told you a single lie. When we first met, you'd yet to learn to walk. All you could do was sit on your mother's lap. Was she also a remnant of the Witch King? Is that what you wanted to ask? Are you worried that your birth itself was some sort of evil ritual? Nine, quite the opposite. But you wish it were, don't you? You want your entire life to have been a conspiracy through and through. That way you'd feel comfortable despising it. But that doesn't make sense, my dear Franz. Your mother was a respectable woman. She was a descendant of the Erdicus, part of the Witch King's bloodline, so to others, she was almost by definition one of his remnants. Before she died, she entrusted you to a friend, an old servant of the Witch King, and to protect you, he too was killed by the Empress's voice. Did you scorn them as well, even though they truly loved you? So after taking away my love, now you tell me I don't deserve to hate either. You want me to be nothing more than an empty husk, or the better to squeeze that old fart into me. Huh, just try. The Witch King's whispers, his robes, his crown. What else is there? Don't worry, my child. When Herkamshorn's power arrives, he will end your cruel fate and heal you of your scars and pain. I thought I told you to let him go. So you chased after us after all. It must have been hard to make it past all the enchantments outside, no? He made it. Okay. This is my responsibility, and I don't give up. I'm surprised you were able to cleave through my defensive enchantments. I sharpen my sword with my arts every day. I make sure that it's as solid as my will. Your sword, it has a special enchantment that specifically targets traditional Lithanian arts. Did the professor teach you that? Has he always been prepared to make an enemy of Lithanian? The old man's never been one to pick his enemies, and neither do I. Our enemies crawl out the shadows on their own. Just like you, Gerhard. I never expected to point my sword at someone who was once my ally. We don't have to be enemies, Lessing. The Mayas have served the Erdicus for generations. As long as you're willing to stand on our side and help Franz, there will always be a place for you by the throne. The throne. All I see is a musty old chair. My grandfather, my parents, all of them have been held hostage by that chair for far too long. Why should I repeat the same mistakes and bind myself to it again? Well said. Those unwilling to be bound by the past will always try to seek out a different fate. Like you and like me. The concertmaster has started the performance. It's almost time. No one can stop the advent of Herkamshorn anymore. Oh, the wrappings, I guess, is off the sword. Okay. But Herkamshorn isn't the one sitting on that throne. His name is Ebenholz, and it's my duty to bring him back with me. As long as I live, nothing will stop me from reaching that battered chair. Doesn't matter how many men you have. Come at me. Oh. Now I'm curious what this guy's skills are. He has to be a lord, right? Gesatzwatcher. The melody has begun. Not even you can stop its flow. Perhaps not. Your sword is reverberating. It's useless, Gesatz's Watcher. You may be able to chain down a single man's mind, but 100? 1,000? Your melody will be drowned in chaos. Much like how the Gesatz's Watcher were unable to stop the melee at the foot of the Witch King's Spire 23 years ago. If so, I will kill chaos itself. His longsword pierces not his enemy's chest, but instead the ground beneath him. A golden radiance surges from the blade, drowning out even the Gesatz's Watcher's armor, then dashes toward the sky to form a webbing, the color of the setting sun, enveloping Sonata Spire with it. All sounds within reach of his arts are drowned out, leaving nothing but the solemn melody reverberating in the air. A golden curtain. Those arts should take at least 10 Gesatz's Watcher to cast. How did you manage it all on your own? Oh, she just get ashified? Rip. The harmony of the golden Gesatz is inviolable. Today, no one outside Ludwig's Universitat will hear a single discordant note. I swear by my flesh, blood, and soul. Not a single remnant of the Witch King will leave this spire alive. You and your arts must be extinguished here. Damn. Damn. Is he a playable character? The melody's changed again. Gerhard. Wait, does that mean he's not evil? The old man's not evil? I'm so confused. The old man was giving super villain vibes. Took you long enough, Professor. I'm sure killing us Lithanian casters would be a simple matter for you. But as always, you're unwilling to dirty your own hands. How many times do I have to tell you? Us liches are just the keepers of the palace of knowledge. We bring our wisdom to the different races to advance their developing of arts, but we never interfere with the country's own affairs. That was the cord of the Lich King's contract with your ancestors, and it is the Lich's creed. I understand all too well. A group of Sarkaz living in Lithanian's most ancient spire, the seat of her power. No Lithanian would willingly accept that truth. I'm quite jealous of you, you know. Even against her Kampfschorn, all you did was provide the enchantment that molded those twins. You didn't need to bear the responsibility of changing history, nor did you stain your hands with it. The blood of your closest friend. I don't get what you're thinking at all. Years ago, you're the one tried to convince me to stop her Kampfschorn. But now you're mingling with these third-rate wannabes. Yeah, because I changed. And you're the one who changed me. You had me research the Golden Gesatz and think of Lithanian's history. And I did exactly as you asked. So it was a change of mindset with this guy. Got it. But the deeper I got into my research, the more I despaired. Her Kampfschorn's accomplishments were simply too dazzling. He resolved the Syracusan problem and saved Lithanian when it was on the verge of breaking apart. He crushed Corsica I and prevented us from becoming a ghoulish vassal state. Only through his presence have we thwarted every existential threat to the country, again and again. We had such a great man on the throne and we killed him. When did I ever tell you to read up on how great Kampfschorn was? Besides, what does his greatness have to do with him killing so many Sarkaz and Lithanians alike? Turning the country into a smoking hot mess and plugging his ears to anyone else's opinions. I had you study the Golden Gesatz because I wanted you to have a more open-minded outlook, not to pore over every trivial growing pain every nation goes through. Hardships happen, then everyone goes back to their lives. But somehow you ended up caught up in this nonsense. How can you even consider this when so many have died? Because I can't see them, Professor. I'm not like you, a Sarkaz with control over even death itself. When we die, that's it. We become a speck of dust on this land forever. The dead can never feel my hatred. All those years ago, I was the one who persuaded them to fight. I sent them to their deaths in the Witch King's Spire. If that battle had never happened, He wouldn't have died, and neither would they. You idiot. And that's why you want to resurrect him. You can't possibly think that when you do see him, he's going to praise you for this, or even comfort you. He wasn't some kindly old grandfather who sang nursery rhymes to dumb kids. He wouldn't even spare you a glance. He'd treat you as a speck of dust dirtying his floor. Huh. You still don't understand a thing. A selfish and cowardly man like me. Everything I do to seek my own forgiveness. That thing you're holding. The missing goldenness gesatz. More precisely, it's the lingering trace of Herkampfschorn's power he left in the golden gesatz. You want to use his arts by force. Don't be stupid, Gerhard. You can't do it. I've come too far not to. I don't want to regret this a second time. That's a lot of red. A flame rises, so black and so red that it seems drenched in blood. The walls of the chamber tremble violently. Originium crystals sprout and grow from every crevice between the brick and tile, even piercing the ground's foundation. Combat? Oh, not combat yet. Hey JD, how's it going? What's happening? Ooh, okay. Recap. Quick synopsis. A cult is trying to revive someone called the Witch King that used to punish people by turning them into flesh statues. Meanwhile, another group is trying to stop that from happening because they know exactly how crazy that person is. And this guy that's on screen at the moment is the son of the Witch King. And they're trying to essentially put the soul of the Witch King into him. That's kind of what's going on at the moment. Ebenholz. Hurry, Gerhard's going to destroy this whole school. Witch King. The voice of mundane. It's boiling in my head. It'll be free soon. That's not the voice of mundane reacting. It's not? I don't know who first got it wrong, or maybe Gerhard was given up on summoning him through you entirely. But Herkampfschorn's power isn't originating from your mind. You aren't the key melody here. Are we going to go to the top of the spire? Yep. Oh, they're finally meeting. Okay, they're finally meeting because these two that you're about to see are brother and sister. And the sister is doing some weird stuff that hasn't been explained yet. Artoria. You're a little later than I expected. Is it because you were helping the Gendarmerie? You've grown soft. What happened to the executor who would stop at nothing to fulfill his mission? Oh, he's already shooting. Oh, he's shooting the sculptures. Okay. The fourth sculpture. You aren't playing. You must be shocked, aren't you? Like I've told you, you don't need to rush to find me. Until my real audience arrives, I'm just a listener myself. You aren't the source of the illusions the men below are experiencing. I'm a little hurt. We've been competing against each other for how long now? But you still confuse the truth my music draws out with the illusions a con man would use. Besides, haven't you noticed? The people trapped in this spire have always hated each other. They've never stopped fighting. Isn't laying the blame for this chaos entirely on mind-affecting arts also a form of running away? Nathaniel's affairs are not within the purview of the Notorial Hall. My primary targets are limited to you and your accomplices. Who is manipulating the sculptures to protect you? An avid listener of mine. An avid listener? I still don't know. You arrived a bit too late. Just a little earlier, and you could also have had a front row seat to De Tod des Hexenkönigs. The fifth. Artoria, I'm well acquainted with every crime you have committed. Your arts have affected a variety of regions and social classes, but you have never actively participated in political conflict. Do you remember my mother's funeral? How I freed the emotions everyone had kept hidden in their hearts. It was the first time I realized how easily others fell into my melodies. But that brought me no joy. Quite the opposite. I was disappointed. Powerful emotions should give rise to more than just chaos. Emotions are meant to bolster our souls, to allow us to overcome any obstacle, even our predestined extinction. Which is why I came here in my search. The 6th. If you're looking to perform for the Witch King, then you will never succeed. He perished long ago. Your melody has no effect on the dead. It would seem you're a little mistaken about this performance. The shadow over the throne was dispersed, and the twin heroes walked out of the spire to the adoration of the masses, while those who stayed put are still waist deep in the emotions they felt when they witnessed the mountain crumble before them. Shadow over the throne was dispersed. The twin heroes walked out. Who stayed was still waist deep in emotions. Okay. Der Tod der Hexenkönigs isn't about the Witch King. He was never the main character of this piece. The Lich? No, the Lich didn't care. Oh, fire. What happened? Why are we here? Ugh, my hands hurt. Why am I bleeding? The stairs are shaking. Is the spire coming down? What's with the black fire burning from the ground? Help! Help! These are Herkenfeckshorn's enchantments. You've all come to your senses. We need to get out of the spire now. You're awake too. Candlelight. Candlelight. Here, this way. Go, Vivian, get them to safety. But the flames. The whole Sonata Spire is enveloped by these black flames. I'll open up a path. With your candle's flame? Pay attention to the shadow it casts on the wall. Still don't fully understand her arts. The shadows, tearing the black flames apart? Ja, this is the true form of my arts. You must be disappointed. They're not nearly as beautiful as you thought, right? No, mein Dame. This is stunning. You don't often see arts that can rival Herkenschorn's undying black flames. I can't defeat them. But as long as something truly exists, it casts a shadow. The most I can manage is make use of this principle to ever so briefly create a chance to survive. Is something the matter? I was just thinking that. I was your enemy until a moment ago, yet you aren't blaming me. Why should I? You said you're not an Empress's voice, and I have yet to formally enter the Kaiserian Spire myself. Here, you can just be you, and I can just be Viviana. We aren't carrying out the Kaiserian's orders, we're simply helping out the poor souls struggling in this music. So please, take the students and make your way out as fast as you can. While they've recovered their mobility, I can still hold on a little longer. I can see golden light outside. The Gesatz Watcher's curtain has already enveloped this place. He could destroy the spire at any moment. I trust that Herr Rainer will make the appropriate decision. What about you then? My candle flame will extinguish sooner or later. Hopefully, it chooses the most meaningful moment to. Frey Hawkbird! Viviana! Go, Michael. Please, take care of yourself and these young students. Each of you has a future that someone like me could never dream of. I'm assuming she got stuck on the other side of the flames. This is the place. Surround the spire. Casters from Kaiserian Spires. That's right, Bran. Haven't I already said that? These are the Kaiserian's orders. We are to assist you in resolving the problem here. Good. Use your arts. Join me as an accompaniment. I will tighten the curtain. No, Erina. Step aside, envoy of Grimact. Will you continue to stand in our way? Your earlier behavior alone is reason enough to suspect you of colluding with the Witch King's remnants. There are still innocents inside. I see the students have all been evacuated, and Air Fremont wouldn't die so easily. But the Sancta and Viviana. Viviana is still inside. She's trapped by the black flames and stayed behind to save me and the students. Brant. This is our best chance to eliminate the threat. Once the ensemble is complete, your strength will completely annihilate the Spire. Viviana will perish too. It was her decision to enter the battlefield. Werner gave his life for Lethanian. We can't let his one and only daughter follow in his footsteps. You promised Werner that you'd save her. We both did. Have you forgotten your oath? I have a feeling he's still going to destroy it, but they're going to get out. Have you forgotten your oath, Reiner? The blade and arts of Gersat's Watcher belong only to the Golden Gersatz and to Lethanian. It doesn't matter how Herkampfshorn treats his subjects. He is Lethanian's rightful ruler, as recognized by the Golden Gersatz. If you choose to fight alongside House Hochberg, you will be abandoning your duties as the Gersat's Watcher. One more step and you will be making an enemy out of all of us. Oh, okay. Brant, why didn't you come save us? We grew up together, we were like brothers. I know you loathe the Witch King too. You despise his tyranny over Sturmland's citizens, and you hate how he turned our homeland into a battlefield and a testing ground. The Battle of the Four Emperors was years ago, and the skies above Sturmland are still filled with catastrophe clouds formed by Originium shards. Many of our children are doomed to be born with those accursed stones. Why can't we resist? Why can't we make him pay the price? Is it because the Golden Gersatz dictates that he's the ruler, and that we are his attendants? Nein, it isn't right for us to be born that way. If your power is merely dependent on some inviolable will, does that make your will, the Gersatz Watcher's will, fundamentally a lie? It's that lie that's forcing you run away from your decisions, as well as from your remorse toward the dead Hochbergs. I have a feeling that was the older... I think that's Viviana's mum. Brant Reiner. Make your decision now. Bring it down! Viviana. His body wobbles once, almost unnoticeably. Then, small cracks start appearing in the golden curtain. Oh. I thought he was going to hold it and wait for them to escape, then bring the spire down. But it looks like he's stopping the casting. Resonance. At last, I got you. The 7th. All the sculptures have been destroyed. You no longer have a means to resist. Just a moment longer, my dear Federico. Do you hear that? Brant Reiner. His soul is finally opening up to my melody. His strong will has finally broken free of his restraints, and the surge of emotions will lead him to make the decision he will regret the least. This is what I've been waiting for. The truest climax of this piece. Yeah, she's weird. She's so weird, her motivations. A melody so impassioned that it approaches piercing rings out from the strings of Arturia's cello. Wait, Executor's literally right there, or Executor. Why is he letting her play? As though motivated by the music, black originium flames rise from the deepest depths of the earth and tear asunder the surface mere inches away. The Witch King's musicians standing guard at the door, at the foot of the spire, all walk single file into the black flames, chanting even as they are incinerated into ash. Yeah, no, they're crazy. The very spire that holds up the skies, the inevitable, indispensable, and eternal pillar. Now rise. Something bores out of the earth's flesh. It is a high spire. Oh, it's being replaced? It bears a red tint to its blackness, a spiral shape and a strange sharpness. The long-lost Witch King's spire stands atop the land once more. How? What? How did that even happen? Oh, okay. Let's put you here. Yeah, we need to switch Scavenger out. She's very slow at getting her ability. I feel like I need to put a healer down first. Oh, these guys aren't ranged. Interesting. We're gonna have to put something to assist Scavenger down here though, otherwise she's gonna die. Let's do this. Okay, these guys aren't dealing much damage, that's nice. Oh, it's got a barrier on this side. Ah. Interesting. Oh no, sad music. Sad music buffs this guy. We've got so much slowing ability here though, it's actually really nice. I might put Meteorite here next. Yeah, easy. How do we deal with this? I guess we can put him here. The only ranged enemies here are the mysterious casters and drummers. Okay, the drummers are kind of tanky, aren't they, from memory? So I'll have to prepare for that. Alright, we've got resonance. So if another purple boy spawns, we can switch him out. The fact that Virtuosa / Arturia is a playable character makes me think that she is not evil, but god, all the action she does, it just like reeks evil character. Alright, here comes the horn. He's probably going to kill Insider. Actually, yeah, you know what? We're going to resonance them. I don't really care if they move that fast. Yeah, easy. Easy. Are we about to get a drummer though? She's just deranged, which is putting it lightly. Yeah, it's definitely putting it some way. She gets like ridiculous satisfaction of experiencing other people's like emotions at their highest level. What the hell is that? The Witch King's Spire. Is that the Witch King's Spire? The Witch King is back. That terrifying tyrant, that evil caster, he's back. Stop. Don't turn back. Don't push. Where would you even run? This is the punishment that the great Herkampfschorn is laying down on us. Burn. Burn. What are you doing? You're attracting the flames? It's all over anyway. Why even bother lying to ourselves anymore? Pretending to have dignity. Put out the fire. Put it out. In formation. No, it's coming this way. The entire school is... There's no stopping it. The black flames engulf everything in their wake. Laughter, sobbing, nothing is spared. As the sound of thunder rips through the air, the thick layers of clouds above descend lower and lower, almost becoming one with the strange spire before them. One of the older students remember the history books that they happened to have read deep inside the spire, the ones that went unburned. They said that during the Battle of the Four Emperors, Herkampfschorn brought an Originium storm that ripped apart the skies above the battlefield, swallowing an entire ghoulish landship fleet at once. And now, at the very same location, there remains a terrifying rift deep in the catastrophe clouds, the screams of the sleepless dead reverberating within. What? Whoa. Is he now regretting that he didn't take down the spire? Watcher. The curtain isn't going to hold. The students are all trying to escape. We can't stop them. Everyone has seen the spire. Sooner or later the news will spread. Should we... 9. Lower the curtain. Concentrate all your energy on dealing with the black flames. It's not working. The assault was more than enough to decimate a vanguard of Casimir's and campaign knights. Herkampfschorn's enchantments are not so easily removed. As the legend goes, the way he used arts was fundamentally different from other casters. During the Battle of the Witch King's Spire years ago, only the Kaiserinnen were able to perform their melodies unimpeded. All other casters' arts failed. That spire. We must lay siege to it and take care of the problem at its source. Brant, do you hear that? The lightning has stopped. She's here. We're saved. Oh, are the Kaiserans here? Have they arrived? Everyone, defend. Wait, but doesn't one of the Kaiserans want this to happen? Oh god, how's that gonna work? Wait, is she gonna be the boss? Oh. The clouds begin to crack. There is no sound, no shaking, and no omen of any kind. A bolt of purple-black lightning simply crashes down from high above. Likewise, it is not accompanied by any kind of flashy explosion or shocking roar. It merely pierces the spire's body and crushes the seemingly impenetrable tower layer after layer from top to bottom. By the time the first piece of falling rubble reaches the ground, the reborn Witch King's spire has already ceased to be, as though it had never existed in the first place. Finally, the earth starts trembling, as though reacting to the spire's fall. Behind the wall of arts conjured by the Imperial casters, the crowd stands in terror with their eyes wide open. At the highest point of the ruins, they see a figure holding a sword emitting purple-black sparks of lightning. Wait, she took it down? Herkampfschorn's shadow will no longer be permitted to shroud Lithanian soil, especially not that of a fake. What? Okay, now I'm confused. We're certainly dealing with a fake, but it's really quite remarkable how easily his expectations were shattered. A shame she's just like her blonde twin. Their souls were moulded by arts enchantments, and I'm afraid there are few ripples that I can perform with. It's over. What your plans were for the Gessalts Watchers is now irrelevant. You have failed. Is that so? Federico, you are as impatient as ever. The climax of a piece is never its end. Artoria spreads her arms and falls backward into the air behind the railing. What? Okay. She knows her wings don't actually work, right? Then the remains of a sculpture lift her up, and she quickly rises even higher. Okay. I'll be waiting for you at the end of the stairs. What? What? Is he outside now? What just happened? The chamber rose and then I grabbed you and jumped. That's right. You jumped without hesitation. Without even checking on your poor old grandfather. There's no way anything would happen to you. You heartless little runt. Grimact really didn't hold back with her sword. If I hadn't pulled you two out in time, you'd have been buried in the dirt alongside all those masked men. What about Gerhard? Is he dead? He ran. But he won't get far. His body can't withstand Herkampfschorn's arts. He will collapse in no time like an infected with rapidly deteriorating symptoms. Wait, wasn't Viviana in the same spire? Wait, no, because... No, they must have been in different spires. Oh. Ugh. So my body really cannot become the Genesis Horn's vessel. This sound... Oh no. What are you doing, Arturia? Hello, Air Scholar. You were waiting for me. Correct. I visited this school just for you. If you don't mind me asking, would you be willing to allow my melody to accompany you as you reach the end of your life? She is so weird! Denka. To a Lithanian, there is nothing more romantic than dying to the sound of beautiful music. My only regret is that Grimact came too soon, and I didn't get to meet Herkampfschorn. He didn't awaken, and there was no one to answer my question. If he was truly so great, then why? Why was he killed by mere men like us? And why must I carry the burden of that decision? In the end, you remain tormented by regret. But as scholar, you've never truly been free. Why must you feel regret over past decisions? I'm not free? Your tattered, weary heart is now laid before me. I can feel everything you feel. On the night of the battle at the spire, your heart was filled with spite toward the tyrant. But aside from that, there was also doubt. Of course, the man I was about to kill, Herkampfschorn, was the rightful ruler of Lithanion. Then, what planted the seeds of that emotion? You mean, what influenced me to think that? Are you implying that someone was telling me to look up to Lithanion's king? I visited many places and collected a variety of music. I found that although each of them has a unique style, they all share some commonalities in their origin, and Lithanions in particular is the most classical of them all. This country was born from a movement, a melody blending together 10 tribes with different cultures. When language proves to be a barrier, music is the only means to communicate. But why is that? Why would different wills produce similar experiences from the same melody? Is there some kind of power binding both you and us? Right. Why do conflict and crisis always repeat in an endless spiral? Why is it so hard to change Lithanion? I know. Your music is telling me that what I've always known. It's just that power, it keeps me from finding it. The answer is in my hands. My teacher never lied to me. Now he's running? The golden melody, Lithanion's will. All of us Lithanions are trapped. So it's true. I've never really had a choice. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. Thank goodness. The scholar realizes that he is once again standing at the highest point of Ludwig's Universität. This is the first time in 23 years that he's earnestly gazed at the sunset outside. The clouds are fluffy, and although they're completely soaked in blood, they yet maintain their original shapes. This is Lithuanian's evening glow. Gerhard Hoffmann notices that his body and the golden gesatz have fallen together on the spiral staircase, while his consciousness drifts out the window with the melody and dissolves into the clouds. He has never felt so free. Stay quiet for a moment. I want to let his emotions linger at my fingertips for a little longer. I've heard that you call yourself an executioner. You've witnessed so many deaths, but have you ever truly touched the last bout of emotion that bursts forth at their final moments? An executor is more concerned with the deceased's last testament. You make the living believe that their wills will be carried out even after death, while I allow the most splendid emotions to live on in music. Both of us substantiate the meaning of having lived. We just go about it in different ways. True. Okay. I see what you're doing, Arknights. I see how they're siblings and they do similar things but very differently. I am here to execute my mission and nothing more. I have no need to listen to a sinner's sophistry. We're family, and haven't seen each other for so long. Can't you at least hold a proper conversation, Federico? Who's to say I won't die tomorrow? You intentionally put yourself in danger. It would not be entirely surprising if you did. I wouldn't find it surprising either. We're all bound to die. When we do, our bodies give nutrients back to the land and become a part of a new life. This is the meaning of our flesh. It's the circle of life. But what about the meaning of our wills? When our consciousness fades, they will return to chaos. So what separates the living from the dead, one person from another, and us from the sunset and the breeze? It's our emotions, Federico. If there is meaning to our lives outside of our bodies, if there truly is something that can resist the destined chaos, then it is only this very moment, all that I feel, and the melody transmuted from those feelings. That's why, as long as I still breathe, I can't stop playing. I am required to apprehend wanted criminals, but if necessary, I can also pull the trigger. Oh, I don't doubt that. It'll happen one day, and there's no doubt that it will be Federico Giallo who kills Artoria Giallo. But do you think that daylight can kill the dark night? Order can kill chaos, and reason can kill emotion. Layering metaphors cannot cover up the essential truth. You are a criminal, and I am an executor. I pursue you in order to fulfill the contract that is my duty. You believe uncertainty to be kind of emotion. That's why you're always seeking answers through rational analysis. But it's not your rationality that's led you to me again and again. It's your confusion. You saw and heard it yourself. Today, countless lives were lost in chaos. If only you'd followed my advice and given up on me instead, lending your aid to that envoy of the Empress. With your skills and how sharp you are, you could have easily found the one hiding in the shadows, manipulating the chaos. But again and again, you choose to prioritize looking for me. You are where my duty lies. I will not regret my decision. I know you won't. But look, now you've caught me. So, satisfy my curiosity, Federico. Do you feel no satisfaction right this very moment? Oh, Caesar. So you people came to recover the golden gesatz as well. Artoria is my target. Federico Giallo, executor of the Lateran Curia's Fifth Tribunal. It's extremely likely that the sancta before you has committed what amounts to the highest offense in Lithanian. She must come with us for our investigation. I thought the Gendarmerie was in charge of the upcoming inquest. It's the Kaiser's orders to take Artoria. Does that mean you cannot guarantee Artoria will be dealt with according to the law? As I said, these are the Kaiser's orders. I have sent a total of 27 explanatory letters in addition to repeating my mission objective to the now deceased officer in charge, Loris Borden. In that case... Frey Jonas? Would it be possible for Air Executor to participate in Artoria's interrogation? That's not part of my orders. To Lithanian, Artoria is a most dangerous criminal. No one is to be allowed anywhere near her without Her Majesty's explicit permission. Then that includes you. What? Let's go. Will we meet again, Federico? Before my consciousness fades away. He's not going to let them take her. He's going to go down there and he's going to try and fight to free her. He'll probably get injured or something or unable to reach her, and then she's going to escape. Jonas, they call her the cruelest executor in Grimac's spire. How did she get here so fast? Did Grimac... I'll talk to her. Air Executor, don't you know to chase after them? If Lithanian can ensure that Artoria will never commit a crime again, my highest priority mission objective will be considered complete. However, as she said, I feel no satisfaction in this. Oh, is he gonna free her and then he's gonna feel satisfied that he freed her? It has become much quieter outside the spire, yet the black flames continue to burn. Viviana has forgotten which floor of the spire she is on. The spiral stairs all look the same. Her candlelight flickers a few times before finally going out. Why are they playing the sad music? Don't play the sad music. Bray, Throst. Pim. Why are you still here? Huh. I'm in pretty bad shape. At least this way I won't be a bother to the kids. You were burned by the black flames. Half your body is... It's fine. I'm glad I got to see you again. By seeing you, I can at least confirm that I haven't turned into some kind of monster that walks even in death. The disaster's been averted, right? The Empress's voice, the Gesat's Watcher. They're all here, right? Are the Witch King's remains all dead, and the students safe? I suppose so. It's strange. I saw the captain just now. Herr Loris Borden. He said I did pretty well, and did the Gendarmerie proud. Once the ceremony's over, my mother will get the Kaiser's black gold medal. But that's only for those who've fallen. It's hopeless for me, right? I don't want to lie to you. Main Dame, when I see you looking at me like that, it doesn't hurt so much anymore. Your candlelight is so warm. When I first got to Zwillingstürme, I nearly gave up. I couldn't keep up with how exhausting the training was day after day. Only when I saw that tiny light you held in the arena, lighting up every one of my... Rip. He did not deserve to fall into eternal slumber on these spiral stairs. If he could have just a little more light, a little more warmth. Viviana knows that she is not a lighthouse, but she is capable of that much. Auf Wiedersehen, him. May this candlelight accompany you as you drift into eternal slumber. Dang. Grimac's envoy... Ah, no, this is him. Grimac's envoy said she's just up ahead. Step aside, Cora. Let me take care of the rubble here first. Let me do it. You've already... Wait. These footsteps. Viviana. Frau Lauenstein. Herr Rainer. Good. Mein Herr. Let him get some rest. Raising the curtain by force took its toll on his body. But is still standing. He'd never let himself collapse in front of so many. Grant's really worn himself out all these years. Before the battle he saw me as my father. That's always weighed heavily on his mind. 23 years ago, House Hochberg suffered great losses at the Witch King's Spire. And because of his position as the Gesetz Watcher, Brandt wasn't able to come to their aid in time. Because of that, Ernst, his closest friend and the heir to the Hochbergs, perished in battle. It's also why your father, Werner, had to succeed him as Kurfürst. The remorse he felt toward Ernst and Werner has been eating away at his soul all this time. And today, when forced to choose between destroying Sonata Spire and saving you, he chose you. I'd never imagined. I knew he'd make that choice. I'd have done the same. I was so scared back there. I've prepared to make any sacrifice if necessary, but you... not you. I'm glad we didn't lose you. I'm one of the lucky ones. On my way here I came across many who've passed away. I did my best, but I wasn't able to rescue anyone. Or everyone, sorry. The casters will figure out how to eliminate the black flames. The victims will be taken care of. Things will get better. They won't have suffered for nothing. This place will be completely different tomorrow. I'll make sure you get to see that for yourself, Viviana. I promise. What a beautiful sunrise. Barrier. We know a thing or two about your arts, mein dame. Now, neither you nor your cello are capable of making a sound. Silent humming. Hey, Yui, what's up? Event is easier than most. Oh, is it? Please tell me the boss at least gives you a little bit of challenge. You made up your mind. The voice of mundane. I've been dying to have someone take it away. If you've no plan to use it as a bomb, then be my guest. So you finally believe me. I admit I owe you an apology, and a word of thanks. If it wasn't for you, then I might not be Ebenholz right now. But some other thing. But please, spare me all this nonsense about trust or what have you. I'd rather not see you pounce on me and knock me out with your sword the moment I spit out the words, I trust you. I wasn't planning to, for now. Well, that's nice. This poor guy, dude. Ebenholz, ugh. His life kind of sucks. Someone's playing the cello. They're mourning the victims with music. It was just like this when I first met Gerhard. He told me that, through music, the wills of the dead are carried on through us. He was so quiet and gentle. I really thought he was... I'm an idiot, aren't I? I couldn't even see through their masks. I couldn't even see who was controlling my life. How I wish I could be more like... No matter how many obstacles he encountered, he never lost hope. He never smiled as he... This piece. What's wrong? Who's playing the cello up there? Wait, it can't be... It can't be Artoria. What? The dormitory isn't far. Maybe a student? That's impossible. Calm down, we can't expose ourselves yet. It's exactly the same. How could it be exactly the same? Oh. We're going back here, huh? The sky is blue and fine. The breeze lilts by in song. The river murmurs clear. My heart is filled with hope. Oh, is it actually just a student? Where did you learn to play like that? Huh? I'm nothing special, really. Not your technique, you fool, your emotions. Where did you learn to play this cello piece almost exactly like he did? No one else played like him. I checked over and over. After he died, I've been to so many places and listened to even more musicians play that same piece. Who was your teacher? Artoria. My teacher's name was Artoria. Is she a sancta? A sancta with very long hair who dresses plainly. Do you know her too? I saw her just today. She told me to keep practicing here without worrying about the sounds outside. Without worrying about the sounds? That sancta. Is she a remnant of the Witch King too? No, that's impossible. She's very kind. Where is she? I need to see her. I need to question her myself. Oh. Another headache. Did you know, Lessing? He and I, everything in our lives was given to us by others. Our pain, our joy, our despair. So if even our hope, I don't know if I actually want that answer. Have you thought it through? Huh, what is there to think about? The school was burnt down by Herkamshon's embers. I could miss it all I want, but that wouldn't bring it back. I've forgotten. How long have I been in Lithanian? 500 years? Longer. When I first got here, there was nothing. No nomadic cities, no spires, no nobles. Back then, everyone lived by in the forest by the lakes. They lit fires to eat and used rocks to shelter from the wind. To us, a few decades are more than enough for a city to rise and fall, a man to go from young to old, or a pair of close companions to have a falling out and go their separate ways. That's right. It's been but an instant since this place went from Verdunian to Zwillingstürme. I wonder what the city will be called next. And when that lamb with the rotten luck and a brain full of nothing but melodies is taken care of, I'll fulfill my promise to you. After all, I think I'll take a stroll around town. And once that's done, we'll leave. Tell the nobles they can have a good night's sleep for once. I've already explained it to them long ago. Explained what? That lichens aren't like vampires and don't get involved with military commission business, so they can rest easy that this place won't be the next Londinium. You really believe they simply don't understand, Grimact? And are you really so whimsically unaware of who stands behind those nobles that want to chase the lichens out? You two can deal with the fallout afterwards. The lichens have indeed stayed here for far too long. Knowledge should never have taken the side of any one nation or race. Do you even know how many Lithanian terms our brats use in their writing these days? It's absolutely outrageous. We should have left when Herkamshon bought the farm. This is just a belated farewell. The white-haired lich lifts his hand. As though having been granted permission, a large number of slender silhouettes appear beneath the setting sun. Perhaps they'd been standing there the whole time. They were simply masquerading as ordinary students and faculty. However, from this moment onwards, they are no longer concerned with how different they are from other Lithanians. The lichens all raise their hands. Countless paper-thin strands of silk extend from their bodies and into the dark clouds up above. Then, a radiance like starlight comes falling down. Looking up, many of the students see the sunset, the night, and the sunrise, all at once. Within that brimming radiance, the dark flames on the earth are extinguished without a sound. Not long after, the silk-threaded shadows also disappear into the dreamlike rain. Ever since, no more trace of the liches could be found in Twin Spires. I don't actually fully understand who the liches are. It sounds like they're kind of like the Sanguinarch and Logos. It kind of sounds like they're like those kind of characters that just live on eternally. But I'm not sure what the difference is between like someone like the Sanguinarch, who is obviously a vampire, but the Lich, like what's their deal in all that? I wonder if that's explained in any of the side stories. Or maybe the main story. Maybe I just haven't gotten up to it in the main story yet. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Wait. It feels like the story has come to like basically a close and we're only like at to ZT5. What? Intermezzo. Unfinished Fag. This unfinished... Fugue. Not Fag. Figure? This unfinished figure has no ending, just as the dark conspiracies have not reached their conclusion. There is still yet more to the story. Oh, now she's on the top of the spire. The rising of the Erdicus's secret chamber destroyed the original plate of Ludwig's Universität. Coupled with the influence of Herkampfschorn's arts, the school can no longer function normally. It's Fjör? Fjör. Got it. Fjör. Dude, there's been so many German words in this story. It's been a struggle. For now, the Empress's voice have taken over the cleanup operation from the Gendarmerie. Unaffected students and faculty have been relocated to neighboring Ostendorf. The cleanup will take about a week. Thereafter, they will be able to return to campus. It's not German, it's English. It's a musical term. Oh, okay. No need. Ludwig's Universität's library will be relocated to Leopoldsdorf and fall under the purview of the Rijksmuseum. The other campuses and faculties will be merged into the What? The Rijkskunstakademie. The Rijkskunstakademie in Baxdorf. No worries, JD. Thanks for coming around and hanging around with us for a while. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to get to the boss tonight. We'll see. We'll see if we get there. The Gesatz's Watcher will be in charge of disposing of all the remaining plates belonging to Erdica. But then Ludwig's Universität will become history. Your Majesty, are you surprised? When I received the summon, you thought I would be Leslot. My apologies. You did well. Leslot thinks very highly of you. Dankeschön, Your Majesty. If you hadn't graced us with your presence yesterday, it's behind us. No need to speak of it again. Your Majesty, there is one other thing. Oh? Altoria, the wanted sancta. I bumped into her and she mentioned my father. I would like to know if she had something to do with his death, if you would permit me. We've been over this, Hochberg. The case of the Witch King's remains stealing a copy of the Golden Gesetz has been closed. What happened to Artoria? Brant, Your Majesty, you are here as well. Have you come to see Cora? She is currently rehearsing the Golden Gesetz. The delay caused by the Witch King's remains has us all worried about tomorrow's performance. Oh yeah, the festival. Something's going to happen at the festival then. Rest assured, the movement is flawless at all times. Cora said the same. How long have you gone without a break? Why not take a vacation after the celebration? You could go back to Sturmland together. Not as Rykor Chester Turner and Geswatcher, but as Cora and Brant. This is a reward, not a punishment. For mopping up the Witch King's remains, you and Viviana have done fine work and I've taken notice. Just remember that opportunity does not last forever. Some things must be said before it's too late. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reminder. And another thing. I'll need at least 20 guest watchers for tomorrow's celebration. What? Does Grimac know about this? Every year, Das Kaiserfest begins with Reich Orchestra's performance of the Golden Gesetz and ends with my duet with Hildegard. I wonder, this year, will the people still appreciate our performance? I have no doubt, Your Majesty. Could I ask you a question, Brant? By all means. Assume your most prized possession has a crack in it. Would you turn a blind eye to it? Pretend you didn't notice? What is she referring to? You're going to leave Zwillingstürme. Artoria is under control. I will return to Laterano and report to His Holiness the Pope. We will subsequently seek formal legal cooperation from Lithanian. Alright, but I should remind you, tomorrow is Das Kaiserfest. Zwillingstürme will be very lively. Young people from other regions, even other countries, will all join in the merrymaking. Correct. I had noticed an increase in foot traffic. And so I want to ask, Executor, won't you stay just one more day? Please explain why I would do that. Artoria has been apprehended, the copy of the Golden Gesetz has been recovered, and the Witch King's remains have been more or less wiped out. It seems like everything's all taken care of, but I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Grimac says I have a unique sense for danger. I mean, of course, it might just be my imagination. For matters pertaining to internal Lithanian affairs, I suggest you confer with your Empress. She's been too busy to see me today, so that's why you have time to escort me out of the city. I'd assumed this was an official duty. A duty? No, it's not my duty to monitor you. And, having come all the way to Zwillingstürme, wouldn't you like to stay a bit longer? Make some new friends, see some sights. Friends and sights. Are you looking at that coffee shop? I could try the drink Loris recommended before I leave. Sancta. You are Julia's brother, Jan. Do you work at this coffee shop? Yeah, I need to save money so I can study abroad when I'm ready. I thought I'd never see you again. I've heard that the executors of Lateran Notarial Hall carry out the wills of Lateran citizens. Is that right? An acceptable summary. And you also solve cases? So long as it is part of a binding document, I will do everything in my power to carry it out. Wunderbar. Loris left me a key before he died. He said there were clues about my sister's case in his house. But I'm not a detective after all and wasn't sure who to give the key to. Oh, it was Nobles, right? Nobles killed his sister? And the previous guy wasn't able to do anything about it because the other nobles were stopping him. Federico might be the best person to go to about this because he doesn't care. He will keep going at that like a bull at a gate. This is the residence of Loris Borden. This is a home in Zwillingstürme. You've barely known Borden for an afternoon and he left you his entire house. What he left me are clues to a case. Look, the wall, the table, the drawers, everywhere. These are all clues regarding Julia Schuyler, the girl who disappeared over 10 years ago. And a letter. Loris claimed to have accepted defeat, but actually he never gave up on the case. I almost forget that you're a case-solving machine. Even if they made you a graph and granted you the tallest spire in Zwillingstürme off, you'd hardly blink, would you? A false premise, that is. There is no precedent for a Lateran saint being conferred a title by another country. And what do you have to do with the Lateran sainthood? Are you suggesting that you, heir executor, bear the title of saint? Yes. Like the founders and the popes. I'm unclear on what you mean by like in this context, but nominally, yes. I may need to reevaluate our need to monitor you, heir saint. You are an executor to an empress. I had assumed you had some familiarity with my background. I thought I did too. Do not worry. Whether or not I hold the title of saint is not particularly relevant to my work in Lithanian. My executorial duty is to capture Artoria, as well as executing the wills of Lateran citizens. As the Artoria case is on temporary hold, fulfilling the will of Loris Borden is my next objective. Was that hesitation? I've never seen you hesitate before. I still have questions about the Artoria case. What questions? I need to think. Federico looks at the piano to the side of the room. Like most Lithanians, Loris had musical instruments in his home. However, judging from the many files and folders on its bench, he did not play the piano often. Simply tap the black and white keys in a certain rhythm and a melody will be created. People have taken such immediate feedback for granted, yet there are still many questions that, once sprouted, are pushed away unanswered. The piece you just played, is it from yesterday at Ludwig's Universität? Der Tod der Hexenkenogs. Artoria interpreted the emotions of Loris Borden and Brandt Reiner, as well as the others who witnessed the Witch King's demise. She turned their strongest feelings into notes, creating this piece. I want to know what she discovered in those emotions. The notes may be the same, but the feelings are so different. Heir Executor, are you and Artoria really related by blood? If misplaying an instrument were a crime, you might well be arrested as soon as you step out the door. I did not play a single note wrong. But there was no emotion whatsoever. You can't grasp music by memorizing its rules. You have to, picture the emotions it conveys. For example, Loris Borden. You have to become him. Imagine the night he changed into the Witch King's Spire. He charged into the Witch King's Spire. Picture how he became a hero. How crestfallen he was by Julia's case and... When you're finally forced to doubt yourself and find yourself wavering, lost like me, you realize that you need a strength, a reason. And that's when you'll discover that the law offers no guidance. Why do barriers never cease to be? Is mankind doomed never to understand one another? The tiniest chaos is enough to shatter the order. The moment confusion envelopes, people begin to hurt one another. Each era has its own trials and tribulations, for which we can only prepare to the best of our ability. It is certain, however, that you have been chosen because it believes that you have the ability to respond to the unknown. You are well aware that there is another besides yourself very unique amongst the Sancta. Bring her back if possible. I need to meet her face to face. Feed, your whole life, or Fedi, your whole life, you have been different from all the others. Can you really not see everything I see in the music? Thanks to Grimmack, both my ears and my soul have been saved. A failed attempt, I take it. Let's not try that again. We have to acknowledge that some people simply lack the talent for music. Yes, I cannot empathize with Loris or anyone else, nor do I see the illusions created by the notes. But I have realized that emotions are also information. What do you mean by that? As you said, Artoria's performances are completely different from mine. The notes arranged in order have no inherent meaning, but with added emotion, they become a piece of music beloved by people. And so I have come to understand that emotion is a kind of additional information. Artoria played her music, playing the hearts of Loris and others, to extract information from their powerful emotions that even they themselves could not retrieve. This is something only Artoria can do. Her objective is not yet being achieved, nor will she abandon it. There will be even greater chaos in the coming days here in Zwillingstürme. Are you certain? I could spend time explaining the finer logic to you, but I assess that you will find it difficult to share my thought process. As such, I suggest you consider my conclusion a kind of intuition. Fair Executor, there is someone you should see. She can help you. Taking him to Vivian? Congratulations, you're about to be rid of me. What, I shouldn't say such things? What would you rather to hear? Mockery, anger, curses? Or a seemingly invincible enemy pulled straight from a story, begging for mercy before their departure from the stage? Don't forget, you wanted to see me. Whenever you have doubts, you unconsciously seek out my voice. You want to hear me deny you, and then, in denying me, you can win some silly comfort for yourself. It is not I who need you. You need me. Bloodline of Vertica, Franz, Ebenholz. Without me, what does your future hold? It's done. What do you mean? What's done? I've removed the voice of mundane from your head. But nothing happened, is that it? It could never summon the Genesis horn in the first place. It's like watching a crowd of people nervously gathering to light a fuse and blow Zwillingstürme up, only to hear a soft pop, like a gloom pincer's depressing fart. But didn't you say the melody of the Witch King could open the door to the Genesis horn? Yes, the right melody. Do you think you can open a locked door with any old key? Don't compare my research on Herkavachorn with the pile of rubbish they stuffed into your brain. Those idiots and their infected bombing couldn't manage a thing. Huh, the voice of mundane. Do the people who come up with this stuff even know the difference between a proper creation and a belch? Was it Gerhard who filled your heads with all this? Would you mind if I dug him up and knocked him around a bit more? But they told me the voice of mundane housed the Witch King's avatar. Avatar? Ha! Avatar. That'd be like me rolling my soul into a bowl and tossing it into an amphitheater beneath the spire for you stupid lambs to kick about. You really think that can be done? It's enough, boy. I'm in a bad mood, and positively rotten one. I thought by doing this one last favour for Grimmack, I'd be able to take my things and finally be rid of this wretched place. Who'd have thought those masked morons would make a fool of me? No, they made me a whole circus. I should have Ermengarde look me over, see if a lich's age has any effect on his brain. So can he still hear the voice? Is that why he said there was no change? He said, "The voice of mundane is just noise." It is certainly a melody left by the Witch King, that's true. But Gerhard and his men misunderstood its power. It isn't the key to the Witch King's legacy. Then what about the voice in my head? I don't understand the arts behind it. The problem of the voice of mundane has been resolved. You may still suffer headaches and hallucinations, but I expect they won't be so bad going forward. Just to be safe, you should stay here and rest a while, then leave Zwillingstürme after Das Kaisenenfest. So the voice is just my imagination then. All these years and all of my struggles were just in my head, in the somewhat more figurative sense. Apparently, I have nothing whatsoever to do with any grand plans of these lofty conspirators. And to speak of killing myself before I went mad. Huh, I've been mad for a long, long time. I don't have any time to discuss this with you. Right. Your grandfather says that the rubbish in my head tainted the research on Herkampfschorn. So why care about me, an inferior product? Particularly after we've known that none of his power lies within me. I can't summon a catastrophe cloud with a wave of my hand, nor can I cleave a spire with the swing of a sword. What do you want? The power is still there. Since you've removed the voice of mundane, why not kill me? The voice of mundane is not the key, meaning I'm of no use to the Twin Empresses. Why not burn me and mine to ashes, like all the experiments of the Witch King era? Because there is no need? Is that it? And what about my brother? He died. He died because of a stupid plan like, to borrow a phrase, like a Gloompincer's depressing fart. Such nonsense. Such irony. He was grateful, you know, right up until he died. Grateful for our meeting. Grateful for the instructor who taught him the cello. But our meeting was exploited by Gertrude. The teacher he admired was mixed up with the Witch King's remains. Huh, and now you tell me the voice of mundane was all a wacky misunderstanding the entire time. So we lived, died, met, parted, all for what? Where is the meaning in any of it? Alright, if you want an answer, I'll tell you. You're right, there was no meaning in any of it. Set aside the Erdica name. Without the voice of mundane, you're nothing but a self-absorbed, self-harming, self-destructive, empty shell of a pretty boy. Perfect. You finally did it. Now take up your arts unit. Why not wrap the bandages on your sword? That would make this execution go even smoother. The man before me is unworthy of it. Even now, you just have to humiliate, then fight back. Prove me wrong by your actions. Ugh. You loathe the bloodline of the Witch King, but have you ever sought out the victims of his persecution, to make amends, to help them, to compensate them? You loathe the title of Graf Erdica, but have you ever looked into the safety of the commoners, taken note of the decline of your domain, caught between the Twin Empresses and the Witch King's remains? You lament being the only survivor, but you have not been cherishing the life ahead of you. Instead, you constantly throw yourself into danger. You say you are a prisoner of your spire, but who, in the end, has never looked beyond his cage at anyone else? Lessing's sword moves so quickly that dodging it is nearly impossible. He's rarely spoken so many words in one breath. At first, Ebenholz had no intention of dodging, but almost instinctively, the Erginium dice float into the air. Arts pour out uncontrollably like fiery rage. Blood, title, duty, everything was forced upon me by fate. I tried, I stood against it, and in the end, you tell me there was never any need to. Why? Why did I have to go through all this when I'm nobody at all? Lessing's sword presses against Ebenholz's throat. The Erginium dice fall to the side. The battle is over. The outcome a surprise to no one. Our fight against fate never belonged to any of us. And so what does the suffering we've endured even count for? I never received a noble's education, and I don't throw around words like fate. I only know that all the suffering is real. I've seen street hawkers beaten by the Gendarmerie in the alleyways. I've seen old men freeze to death on the roadside after losing their farmland to the rural nobility. They'll never see the Witch King, the Twin Empresses, or the Kefirsten in their life. They'll never have the time or energy to contemplate fate, suffering, or meaning. That's life in the shadow of the spires for the great masses of Lothannion. No one can overcome an abstract concept. If you want revenge, choose a concrete target. The Witch King, the Twin Empresses, the still living remnants. We fight to survive, and we don't stop until our own blood or that of our enemies runs dry. Fight. The Witch King's legacy still exists wherever it is. Enemies shrouded in darkness may find it at any moment, and use it to unleash suffering on the great masses once again. You can stay in this spire and continue lamenting your fate, or you can challenge me again and die by my hand. Or you can join me in seeking the Witch King's legacy. Help me find the true culprit, who may still be alive in some form. Choose. Ebenholz feels the sword against his throat, still wrapped in bandages. Were it not wrapped, he would have smelled blood. Of course, this does not mean that Lessing can't kill him. The warrior's expression is cold, but his eyes burn with anger. Why is he angry? Why does he still have expectations for a man like him? Would you kindly pass me my arts unit? Why aren't they here? Freya Hochberg, what is it you're looking for? Sketches. Frieda Siemens' drawings. Since Herr Reiner and I left, has anyone else been in this room? No suspicious individuals, mein Dame. After you and Herr Giswatscher left, the Imperial casters carefully inspected the entire alley. After confirming no traces of the Witch King's remains and no dangerous witchcraft or items, they left. Are the drawings you're looking for involved in some important case? A case? Viviana recalls Grimac's words. The case of the Witch King's remains stealing a copy of the Golden Gesetz has been closed. No. It's merely personal. Freya Siemens' works is incredibly beautiful. It always invokes some marigold memories in me. Please don't alert the others, though. I don't want too many people to know I've been here. Of course, rest assured. The Gendarmerie will never disclose your movements. So lovely. Marigolds, sunlight. Such beautiful things tend to inspire creativity and nurture emotion. No wonder so many Lothannian artists love this alley. Werner van Hochberg. He was obsessed with it until the day he died. Might you be Frey Giallo? Weren't you taken away by Grimac's casters? I'm certainly not here. And you didn't really bump into your father back there either. This is all in your imagination. Is this also an effect of your arts? You're rather skilled in Originium arts yourself. What do you think? I haven't noticed anything unusual. People often misunderstand my arts. The truth is, I can't do very much at all. People are just ignorant of their own hearts, or even if they do know, they're unwilling to face themselves. I told you the first time we met, my melodies resonate with the emotions deep inside the human heart, and once they ripple, they are hard to ignore. It's you who wants to change your father's fate. The one talking to you now, well, I'm afraid it's you yourself. Is that so? You yearn to know the cause of your father's death. You fear that the conspiracy of the Witch King's remains is not yet through. You suspect that the farce performed at Ludwig's Universitat was just a diversion. You wonder if perhaps the Kaiserinnen wanted to kill the Kurfürst. 9. Ah, but you see, you can't hold back the birth of this thought. If your father were standing here, what would he do? My father? He wouldn't do anything. He would accept fate's plan and turn away. even though he would go on to live with endless pain and regret. And so, what about you? Would you do the same? He and I... Raugialo. Do not mistaken me for that distant relative of mine. There is no need for you to brandish your arts unit in my direction. This whole area is encircled by Lothanian's finest gendarmerie. Who are you, Air Sancta? I am an executive. I work with Michael. Michael is a good boy. I guess I can trust you. That went surprisingly well. At Michael's suggestion, I would like to provide a clue regarding Artoria. What is it? There is a high probability that she is planning an even more serious incident. Signora Viviana von Hochberg, it is my hope that we can cooperate and put a stop to her plans. Are they even her plans? I feel like they're not even Artoria's plans. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. The ball is finally over and the dancers remove their masks. But why can I still not see your face? Valse mask. Okay, there's only one tuning here. We do have a split lane though. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Do I just keep this? I think we keep this. Yeah. Viviana is quickly becoming weak though. So either I need to pump resources into her to level her up, or we need to switch her out for someone else. Alright. Artoria. Stop knocking on the windowsill. Are you trying to send a secret message? As you can see, I am unable to play my cello because it's been arts locked. It is uncomfortable. Unless you would care to join me for a chat. Absolutely not. Very well then, I suppose I'll have to wait for another guest. Try anything funny and we'll bind your arms and legs with arts. My apologies, but Grimact has forbidden anyone from meeting with Artoria. Not even an Empress's voice. No exceptions. Then what about Ewignad's envoy? Ewignad sent you? Was that not clear enough? Now this is a surprise. To think you'd be the first to come and see me. This is the second time we've met, Artoria. Oh, more than that, I would think. How many times have we met in the sound of music? I see your words are as mysterious as your music and yourself. Me, mysterious? On the contrary, I'm far more open and frank than most. So, an Empress's voice, a paragon of law and order, has come to meet with a dangerous felon alone, even going as far as to fake an Empress's orders to do so. That must have taken quite a bit of determination. You knew I wasn't sent by Ewignad. There's nothing she could possibly want to ask me. But you, Viviana, your face is full of question marks. So, what would you like to know from your former enemy? Allow me to guess. You want to know the truth behind your father's death? Yeah. That said, I'm not used to answering questions. Do I need to offer you something in exchange? A trade? How about you simply open yourself up to me and allow me to search your heart? That's... Oh, pardon my impertinence. Then let's tell a story together as usual. Once upon a time, there was a child who lived on top of a tower in the middle of a storm. Until the age of 9, she never left her little room in the tower. You know my... Oh, don't give me that look. Like I said, this is simply a story we're telling together. Imagine that you're a part of it and reach out to yourself. Very well. Tell me, what is it about this tower that left the deepest impression on the child? the window. It was a small room, the window was small too. You could reach out and touch the cold, wet clouds. The storms rarely abate in Sturmland, do they? Ja. Dark lightning often knocked at the window. My mother would hold me, telling stories and reading me poems in a soft, gentle voice. What about your father? He, one night a week, he would come to the spire where I lived, bringing me books and teaching me to play instruments. You looked forward to these meetings. Did you leave your room and wait for him at the top of the staircase when it was almost time? When I was little, but I stopped. What happened? The skies were very dark that day. It had been a long time, my father's last visit. I was out of candles and I wanted to find some, so I went further than I usually do. I saw so many children and adults. The music combined with their laughter was louder than the thunder. That's when you realize that not every child had to stay in their room like you did, that they could hold their parents' hands and dance and sing in their heart's delight. Ja. Did you see your father there? Did you look for him? I wanted to, but my mother pulled me back. She covered my ears and tried to cover my eyes too. It hurt a bit, but I didn't dare say anything. She brought you back to your little room. Did you look up? Nein. I kept my eyes closed. I heard my mother crying, but I didn't dare look at her. Didn't dare? Yeah, I didn't dare go down the stairs. I didn't dare look for my father anymore. I never looked up again, even after my mother passed away, when my father sent me away from the spire. Why not? My father was a first. He and my mother weren't married. My existence was a secret that would hurt my mother and make things difficult for my father if ever anyone found out. No, that's not what I'm asking. How did you feel? Me? You were the one trapped in the spire. You were the one forbidden to recognize your father. You were the one who watched your mother waste away. You were the one sent away from home. When you went to Casimir's and decided to become a knight, you held a sliver of expectation. After all, the stories of your childhood, the stories about knights, had long been your source of comfort. But you soon realized you were no more than a puppet of the General Chamber of Commerce. Even your childhood in the spire was boiled down to an exotic label, the Lithanian, an advertisement destined to sell in the markets of both countries. You left the arena after getting on the wrong side of the KGCC. You thought you would finally have some peace and quiet, only to be summoned back to Lithanian by a letter from your father. Once again you find your fate written by another. Illegitimate child, competition knight, empress's voice. You never chose any of these identities. And it all started on that spire at the top of those stairs. You're right. It's been so many years, but sometimes I feel like I'm still there. Like I never left. Once again, think back to the memory that left the deepest impression. That day when your father took your hand and descended the seemingly endless stairs, you didn't look up. I couldn't. If I did, he would see the tear stains on my face and the tears in my eyes. Anger. I already lost my mother. Why are you pushing me away like this? Ja, I had nothing. Why abandon me? I already lost my mother. Why did I have to lose my father too? Why couldn't you have waited in Marigold Alley just a little longer? Why did you write for me to come back, only to leave me again once I'd returned with hope in my heart? Artoria does not answer. She simply gazes at Viviana, at the ripples in the lake of her eyes. If silence can be considered an expression of sound, then their emotions could resonate even without a melody. Anger, frustration, pain, the same emotions reflected in Artoria's eyes. She sighs and awakens the dreamer from her memory with gentle words. That's enough story time. First Werner was my friend, Viviana. Our meeting was so ordinary that it's hardly worth mentioning. He was a high noble, but also a sensitive and romantic artist. We often spoke about music. A few months ago, his envoy found me while I was traveling. He knew his days were numbered. All he wanted was to see his beloved again through my music. He wanted to see Mother. Not just Lucinda, but you as well. Werner did reminisce about his romance with Lucinda, but he spent even more time in that little room on the spire. Those nights with you and your mother were his only comfort in those painful early days as Kurfürst. That's how I knew your story. So it wasn't... No, I did not use arts on you. I'd already met you countless times through Werner's mind's eye. You must hear this often, but you really are so much like your father. I know. But it was only when I saw you in person that I realized you're more than just that flickering candle. More than... what? You're so much stronger, so much tougher than a candle flame. Now I've told you everything I could. Kurfürst Werner died over the copy of the Goldenes Gesetz. On that matter, you know as much as I do. He told me he knew his end was coming, which means he knew how he would die. Correct. Protecting the Golden Gesetz was his vow to the twins and his duty as Kurfürst of Sturmland. Whether it was the movement or its loss, the responsibility and blame lie solely on Sturmland. Only by giving his life for it could he protect his loved ones and House Hochberg, all while ridding himself of a ticking time bomb. It was all for the Golden Gesetz? I think I understand. One last bit of advice, to thank you for your trust and sincerity. When I first saw you, I also saw the shadow behind you. But now it's growing, filling the entire staircase outside. Thank you, Artoria, for the answers. My dear Viviana, how pitiable, how noble. Will you be swallowed by the shadow? You made it. You moved so quickly, Eric. I could hardly keep up. Pardon my excitement, I thought I wouldn't be able to leave Sturmland, but the Empress's voice delayed the visit. First and succession ceremonies rarely take this long, not since the reign of the Witch King. Stop worrying. While in Zwillingstürme, what could be more important than seeing their majesties? Hurry, and we may even secure a seat closer to the Twin Spires before anyone else arrives. Hey, why is that man not moving? Guten Tag. Are you here for Das Kaiserinnenfest too? I suppose so. Where is your instrument then? What are you going to do for the ensemble? The ensemble? The ensemble of the Golden Gesetz, the most important part of the ceremony, bathing in the glory of both the Golden Melody and Lithanian. This is my master's first time attending. I have his flute with me. Ah, of course. Do forgive my nosiness. Which Kreis do you hail from? Does it matter? Oh, no, I don't mean to pry, only that it's customary for those from the same Kreis to stand together. I see. Please go ahead. We will follow. Oh, very good then. I mean, danke, mein Herr. May Grimac's glory and Ewignade's blessing orbit you like the sun. The Twin Spires. Oh, I like how the spires are actually coloured the same way as the people too. Like their attire that they wear. Seeing the Twin Empress's spires for the first time. The white dress of Ewignade, the eternal grace. The black blade of Grimact, the austere authority. Their two spires resemble them so very much. Just what I said. The Twin Spires are Zwillingstürme's namesake. They're the pride of Lithanian. No matter how beautiful, they're no more than two elaborate cages. An apt metaphor. Das Kaisernesfest. They say it's for all Athenians, but only nobles are allowed to join in the ensemble at the amphitheater. It is, in effect, a performance of an arts ritual. A ritual? Did you see the bridge connecting the spires? That's where the twin empresses play every year. The sound of the pipe organ and violin are amplified by the resonance between the buildings, spreading to every corner of Zwillingstürme. So it's some kind of arts? The old man told me that it's the work of Heckenschorn. He turned Vedunen into a massive arts device, with the bell tower of Weinshof at the center. And the twin empresses have built upon the Witch King's arts. To avoid making the same mistakes as him, they set the Twin Spires as the center of the resonance, effectively tuning the entire city and making it virtually impossible to assail the spires from the outside. Anyone wanting to attack the Kaiserinnen will either need to destroy the entire palace area where the spires are located, or work from within. Isn't Virtuosa being held in these? Uh-oh. Spoken like someone who's given some thought to planning such an attack. Wait, don't tell me you actually... If you see the Genimeri or the Empress's voice, remind me to run faster than you. Quiet. The celebration is about to begin. People are coming. Try to blend into the crowd. Don't just stand there like earlier. Oh, unless Grimact... Oh my god, is this a big ploy by Grimact? She wants the Witch King to come back, but she destroyed the first spire because it was basically a decoy, essentially, I guess. And then she's gonna do something here when she plays with the other person. What about when the ensemble begins? We didn't bring any instruments, unless your sword is a fair bit more versatile than it looks. If the ensemble begins. Oh, he even thinks something's happening. I met that distant relative of yours. Exactly as you predicted, she offered a generous lead. Perhaps we really are trapped in some kind of illusion they created. What if the Witch King's remnants aren't trying to use the Golden Gesetz to get the Witch King's legacy, but to use the Witch King's powers to tamper with it? What if their goal has never truly changed? What are you still doing here, Mind Dame? All the Empress's voices in Zwillingstürme have been summoned to the amphitheater. Ah, I'll be on my way. This cell holds a dangerous felon and it is quite far from the amphitheater. I'll need to contact Grimax. I would not recommend that. A Sancta? What's a Sancta doing here? Let's catch him together, my dame. He may well be in league with Artoria. Sorry. I was about to ask your opinion on how to handle this. So if I weren't here, you would have simply done it yourself. My presence here already violates diplomatic protocol. An additional rule being broken is of little consequence, other than in terms of the subsequent cleanup. You are an Empress's voice. Michael has told me of your circumstances. I appreciate your kind gesture. Huh? It was my own decision to visit Artoria. I didn't want my father's death to be meaningless. I didn't want to keep my head down and pretend nothing had happened. I wanted to fight for something, to finally seize my own fate with my two hands. You chose to let Artoria perform your heart's music. 9. The melody was always there, echoing in my heart. I just chose not to listen to it until now. I believe she's telling the truth that the Golden Gesetz is at the heart of the problem. The Imperial casters have recovered the copy of Golden Gesetz. However, I have learned that Artoria has an accomplice with whom she was in close contact. The available evidence indicates that this person may not have been the mastermind behind the Ludwig's Universitat incident. Then we can assume that the Witch King's remnants have already obtained the arts recorded in the copy. The Golden Gesatz will be performed by over 10,000 people at the amphitheater. If the Witch King's remnants are in that crowd, the consequences will be unimaginable. I would like to share our current findings with Michael. Sure, he might be able to persuade Grimact. But that's not enough. We must take action ourselves, even without their Majesty's permission. Well, one of their Majesties is in on it, so actually probably a good idea not to go to them. The musicians and instruments are in position, Frau Lowenstein. Very well. Give me a moment while I double check the amplification arts. Oh, do not tell me she's going to end up evil. You're back, Amelia. Did you forget something? No need to be nervous. This is your first public performance as part of the orchestra. Just hold your instrument steady and focus on the melody. Pay no mind to anyone watching. Oh, it's you. Adjust the direction of that arch unit, will you? Turn it counterclockwise, 17 degrees. Ah, that's how it should sound. But why are you here at this hour? Is Ewignard still concerned about the effect on the performance? Frau Lowenstein, where are the other musicians? At the amphitheater. The performance of the Golden Gesatz will begin in 10 minutes. The Reich Orchestra needs a good start under the direction of the Kaiserin. Only 10 minutes. The Kaiserin's weathercasters have forecasted the exact time of today's sunset. As per custom, the performance of the Golden Gesatz will conclude just as the last ray fades. The rehearsal schedule has been hard, but we'll be able to rest once we get through this evening. You too, Viviana. I've been thinking. You need to find a long-term residence in Zwillingstürme, if you're to remain by the Kaiserin's side when this is all over. Would you like to stay at my place? I have a little mansion in Backshof. I just had the walls repainted. Brandt planted some vines, which he says goes well with the walls, but to be honest, I'd like a second opinion before I commit. Frau Lowenstein. Cora. Ja, what is it? How might one stop the performance of the Golden Gesatz? Why do you ask? This performance has been the most important part of Das Kaiserinsfest for the last 23 years. So many people are waiting in the amphitheater in front of the spires. I've almost gotten to the bottom of these tragedies. I'm sure the enemy's plan has something to do with the Golden Gesatz. They cannot be allowed to succeed. And how did you learn this? Have you told Ewignard? I don't know who to trust. I can't stop thinking about who killed my father. You suspect their majesties. You're an empress's voice, Viviana. Oh, who's there? A friend. He's keeping watch. The empress's casters are coming. So soon. I will take more than 10 minutes to neutralize them. The performance of the Golden Gesatz is about to begin. Don't fight them. I'll be with you, Viviana, no matter what you do. You believe me? Do you even need to ask? Besides, I can't let you put yourself in danger. You want to stop the Reich Orchestra from playing the Golden Gesatz, right? I'll take you there. Oh, okay. She might not be evil. Nice. Ally. They've gone out? What? The candles on the stairs. The room is so much darker now, don't you think? What are you doing? Stay away from the door. There are less people out there now. Have they gone after that lovely Empress's voice? Reokberg is suspected to have fallen under your influence. She will be taken into custody until the conclusion of the celebration. It was a mistake to allow her to meet with you. A mistake, you say? You knew the new Empress's voice was the daughter of the first, and had the favor of Ewignard. Compared to working in Grimac's Dark Spire, you clearly show more interest in its twin, the White Spire. So you let the Empress's new favorite come in without the proper checks, just to curry favor with her. What are you babbling about? But you soon realize the danger. Let me guess. Viviana did something unbefitting of her status after she left, didn't she? Now you're afraid. Grimact and her executors will not tolerate such a gross error. You would lose any chance of promotion, perhaps even your freedom. So why did you make a second mistake then? What? Music? How can this be? Grimac, please. Nine, spare me. I can't listen. Too late. There are just too many instruments in Lithanian. Your arts units, like your souls, are laid bare before me. You're knocking. You dared not carry your instruments with you in my presence, so you left them outside the door. But in your haste, you forgot the protective arts. You forgot that vibrations can be transmitted. The tiniest tremor of a string, and you're hearing my music. Okay. So basically, yeah, they should have bound her, which they said at the beginning, right? They're like, if you keep messing around, we're going to have to bind you with arts. And it's like, well, yeah, you probably should have. And check my crown, would you? Yeah. Your fingers are cold. Sorry. How about this? That better? Been clutching your sword all day. Its chill has rubbed off on you. It's time. We should head to the bridge. Hildegard. Yeah, what is it? Am I pretty today? As always. Grimact. Ewigned. Your wolf cub is here. Go first, Lieslot. The people are waiting. We've always walked out onto the bridge together. Nothing is obliged to say the same forever. I'll find you before the performance begins. So why are you here? I thought you preferred it down below. I have an urgent matter to report. Bring my violin, we'll talk on the way. 9. Please, you must order the celebration to be halted. The Witch King's remnants are in the crowd, planning a massive attack. Proof? Please, just give me a little time. I'll find the proof. You didn't used to be so brash, Michael. That reckless sanctor has changed you. Federico. The Lateran executor believes that a larger incident is in the works, and it has something to do with Artoria. We should interrogate her. What does she know about the Golden Gesach? Who are her supporters? What are she and her accomplices planning? As long as the performance of the Golden Gesach can be delayed, I see you believe the celebration to be a mere festivity. The Kaiserinnenfest first took place 23 years ago on the day we killed the Witch King. But there were no empresses and no celebration, only soldiers fallen in battle and a tired and frightened people. We defeated the Witch King in the early dawn and spent the next few hours cleaning up his followers. At dusk, Lieslot and I descended the spire, walked down its bloody steps, and announced our victory with a duet. Today, the 10,000 people of the assemble come from every crace, from all 4 corners of Lithanian. Every Lithanian, every friend of Lithanian, and every enemy of Lithanian has their eyes on the Twin Spires, on Grimact and Ewigned. And you want me to suspend, even cancel, the ensemble based on the hypothesis of a Lateran executor who has already caused his fair share of trouble in our country? Perhaps I expected too much of you. You should have known I would respond like this before you even spoke, and if you truly believed in your judgment, you should have acted on your own. On that account, the daughter of Werner von Hochberg is far more resolute than you. What? How long have you been with me, Michael? 7 years? It's time to let you go. What? Why would you say that? There comes a day when one must shoulder more responsibility for the sake of Lithanian's future. Bring me my violin. It's time I went to the bridge. She's the evil one. Telling you, she's the evil one. The orchestra is 10 meters below us. The sun has painted the clouds red. 3 minutes, 50 seconds until the performance begins. I will fire a blank. The noise should cause some of the musicians to scatter and interrupt the performance. The musicians of the Reich Orchestra are all arts masters, each one the equal of an empress's voice. We would be drowned in arts the moment you showed an intent to attack. The equivalent of 97 empresses' voices, then. Plus 2 squads of approaching casters for a total of 120. I can give you 3 minutes. You must secure the remaining 23 seconds on your own, Signor Hochberg. 3 minutes. But if this is the only way, delay the casters, leave the rest to me. The shadows of the Twin Spires stretch as the sun sinks towards the horizon. They swallow up the shadows of the musicians, of Cora, of Viviana herself. She has never felt her power unleashed like this. She is reminded of that flickering candlelight in the spire. It was a tiny flame that only illuminated a corner of the bed, leaving the other corners, the spiral staircase, and the night beyond the spire in total darkness. There was a time when she couldn't admit that the darkness would linger in her eyes longer than that tiny speck of candlelight. Success. I cut off the connection between some of the musicians and their instruments. Oh. What's going on? We're being affected by somebody's arts. You, Frey Lowenstein, are you being held hostage? You could say that. 9. I'm sorry, Amelia. You're in league with each other. I made my choice and I will not hesitate. Could you please just put down your instrument for a while? Uh-oh. There are fluctuations of arts energy coming from below the Twin Spires, and some commotion from where the orchestra is. The Witch King's remnants? Possibly. Strange, there should be Gesat's Watcher in the area, but I don't see any. Why? I see. The Kaiserinen knew that something terrible would happen here. They're prepared to abandon the Twin Spires if necessary. They'll even abandon all the... Mein Herr! You were for Stormland, yeah? Why do you look like someone spooked you? The ensemble is about to begin. Here, I have an extra flute, you can borrow it. Flute? This performance is not to be missed. 9, you can't be here. Go, leave the amphitheater. You'd like a better position. I suppose we could squeeze... Do you not see these? See what? The dice I'm holding, my arts unit. What are you doing? You'll give yourself away. Does it even matter at this point? Look around, there must be 10,000 people here. No, we can't even worry about that now. All we can do is save as many as we can, even just one more. It's too loud here. I can't hear a word you're saying. Look at me. Look at my arts. Do they remind you of anything? I am an Urtica. My arts come from the same lineage as him. You should be afraid. Run. Amazing. Did you hear that? The Imperial musicians just played the first note. The performance of the Golden Gesach has begun. The black arts orbs rises from his hand and into the air, exploding into a reddish-black shadow. It is quickly buried by even more brilliant rays of arts. Oh, damn. This would be a cool event, man. Rays created by various Originium arts interweave into the clouds. Both the melody and the arts come from the people on the ground, all focused on performing the music belonging to Lithanian alone, using instruments that also serve as arts units. Even the buildings resonate with the Twin Spires, turning the empty space around the Kaiserinen's towers into a true amphitheater. The colors penetrating the clouds continue to shift with a splendid melody, as though the crowd is performing the color of the sunset in the sky. It is a feast of sight and sound, woven together by arts, the ultimate expression of Lithanian's classical aesthetics and mastery over arts. It is a grand spectacle visible from any corner of Zwillingstürme and beyond. Tears begin to fill Ebenhold's eyes. He remembers standing atop the spire of Urtica, gazing down at the plate below. There were many bell towers in the Griff shaft, which sang every day at dusk. The people would leave their workshops after a long day of work, and the sound of wheels rolling over metallic roads would echo with the music filling the city. He could see the green-black wilderness if he stood on his toes. Ironwood was filled with forests, and caravans brought ripe fruit into the city whenever they were in season. Farmers often amplified their scents with arts to attract customers. He could always smell the best fruits, even from his high perch. The maid who sympathized with him would sneak a few back from the market, as long as no other nobles were watching. The fruits were ripe and fresh, unlike the carefully selected dry and withered food served on the long old table. He could not remember what became of the maid. Did she go join her beloved in the south? Or did she find a new job at the instrument workshop beneath the spire? And when he left Erdica, did he ever look back? Let the dark clouds scatter, let the morning sun shine. Praise be to Lithanian, home of the free. Yes, he had once loved this place from the bottom of his heart. Lithanian, the land of divine music, cradle of the arts. The performance has begun. It sounds so harmonious, even without the strings. There's a theory I have heard, though I've never tried to verify it. The golden Gesach contains the will of Lithanian. It represents order, harmony, and beauty. The golden melody is deeply rooted in the soul of every Lithanian, and is not so easily damaged. That sounds like a form of Originium arts. It shares some characteristics with our lore, but works on different principles and on a different target. So, the golden Gesach is actually a kind of complex arts, affecting the cognition of every Lithanian who hears it. Cast by more than 10,000 people in an ensemble. So we can't disturb the performance, but what about the enemy? What's their plan? The enemy's plan is undoubtedly the opposite. They want the music to continue, therefore there is only one place they can be hiding. What are you doing? I put down my cello as you asked. Frey Hochberg and I have not prevented any musician from leaving. Your colleagues are either resisting her arts, or choose to avoid confrontation due to Frey Lowenstein's presence. You are the only one to have stayed behind. Lol. Very astute, Sancta. We have waited far too long to hear the music that truly belongs to Lithanian. The other Witch King's remnants are amongst the musicians? Stay away from them, Cora. Are you crying? Ja, I'm listening to the Golden Gesach. The movement. It's just so beautiful. It reminded me of how much I used to love Lithanian. Oh, combat, let's go.
チャージ完了。出撃できるよ。
Oh yeah, we were meant to switch out Scavenger. We'll switch her out next time. I'm sure she'll survive.
もう声を出さないでね。クズが。即興を思い切り自分自身を感じて。
Yeah, we need a healer. Oh my god.
の準備は整いますと。
Artoria, please don't die.
治療ができます。
Very good. Oh god, there's two of them.
思い切り自分自身を感じて。
Oh, so they go here and then come up here, so we might be able to actually deal with them all.
クズだ。あなたの命。苦しみにきっと終わるわ。皆さんのありたみを感じるなら言ってください。どこに行くの？
Alright, Alright, we got this guy with the necrotic damage. Nice, nice, nice. Oh yeah, we've got to attack this. You go. I'm not going to change it yet. I don't need to change it yet. This is fine. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-da, ba-dum, bum. This is quite easy for me not even using top tier heroes. In before I've just said that and I'm about to lose. Yeah, we're almost finished this level. And I still have 2 units that I could deploy. But I don't need to. I'm gonna deploy them anyway just to make it go faster. Because yeah, that was no challenge at all. Easy, easy. Where's the challenge? I assume this is from Ebonhold's perspective. I was 15 when I entered the Witch King's Spire. I came from an ordinary family in Crace Einwald. I should not have been able to become a noble's attendant, but I heard that Herkenfshorn had made no distinction between nobles and commoners. This is not because he treated commoners particularly well, but because he looked down equally on all who cowered at the foot of his throne. At first, my job was to clean his instruments, but Herkenfshorn no longer played ordinary music, and those instruments had no meaning. Later, I was sent to clean the resonance pipelines at the top of the spire. It was not a difficult job, but Herkenfshorn would not tolerate even a single speck of dust in them. My colleagues came and went. Few got to leave on their own 2 feet. In the end, I was the only one who left, quietly cleaning at the top of the tower. And 1,000 sunrises and sunsets later, the Witch King's Spire fell. Okay, not Ebonhold's. Who's that? Cut off the way down. Attention all squads, find the Sancta. Do not allow her to enter the amphitheater and interrupt the performance of the Golden Gesatts. The target is known to use unusual arts. You have permission to kill if necessary. Hello, were you looking for me? Barrier up. Get in formation. Catch her. Atoria Giallo. Lithanian took you in when you became a pariah in Laterano. Countless nobles honored you for your remarkable musical talent. The Kaiserinnen granted you rights equivalent to spire nobility. So return to your cell and submit to them, and they may yet allow you to live. That was never an option. What point is there to living if I can't play freely? Then accept your death. Your arts have gotten stronger. You missed your chance to break out, Sancta. The Golden Gesatch is in progress. Do you see the scene outside? Your parlor tricks are meaningless before the golden glory of Lithanian. Yes, I can feel that your will is firmer than ever. But is it your will expressing that music? Or has the melody convinced you that what you see is what you think? That's irrelevant. The golden melody guides me. My will echoes along with it. You, our enemy, will melt before Lathanion's radiance. She's gone? An illusion. But there was no music. Why does everyone keep assuming that I create illusions? I warned you, when your emotions are being controlled by a melody that doesn't belong to yourself, you can easily overlook the reality before you, like where I moved to in that radiance. Behind. Barrier, too late. Oh, so their barrier is like the tuning thing's barrier in the actual levels. They can only point it in one direction. Now, I would like to ask you to kindly remove the arts cast on my instrument. There, it's clean now. Denka. How did we lose to you? Normally I wouldn't stand a chance, but your souls have become stiff and inflexible due to the bindings of the golden Gesatts, creating innumerable weaknesses in your arts. But why? With arts like these you could have changed your destiny, enjoyed wealth, fame, and favor beyond reckoning. What meaning is there in defying the Kaiserin? I think we have very different views of the meaning of meaning. Fame, fortune, status, or merely accessories to a soul that will eventually wither and rot with the passage of time. First, beggar or myself, the only difference is in the whispers of our hearts. I want to climb the tallest spire because of a melody, a soul, and a future, and for a promise I made to a friend. "10 years has passed since the death of the Witch King. I was attending the funeral of an old friend. After the funeral, I saw a sancta with her cello in the amphitheatre below the Twin Spires. Others came and went, but she stood there from noon until sundown. According to legend, even the clouds stopped for the Witch King when he played up on his spire. I wonder, do the clouds remember what the spire looked like back then? I suppose not. Clouds change so quickly after all. My teacher often told me of how he stood beneath the Witch King's spire while it was still standing, playing for the sole sovereign of Lathanion. The gold and red clouds embraced the dark spire like an extravagant robe. He wanted to come back and see the spectacle again, but wasn't allowed to participate in Das Kaiserinnenfest. In fact, he could barely get permission to leave his home. Herr Emanuel was one of the Witch King's musicians after all, even if just for a short while. Times were hard for him after the Witch King's demise. Few came to say their goodbyes, and you were the only one to truly shed tears for him. I heard your playing at the funeral. It was very touching. Denka. But that doesn't bring even the slightly bit of comfort to my teacher. I asked to play for him while he was still alive, but he refused. During his days of pain and hardship, he refused to dwell on the happiness of the past, nor did he seek any change. He simply shut himself in his room, playing the Golden Gesatts over and over again. Through that unchanging melody, he drowned himself in Lathanion's greatness, forgetting love, forgetting hate, forgetting himself. Yet when faced with death, his heart was still filled with regret. I've heard far too much regret over these long years. My image of Herr Emanuel remained that of the energetic old man who thanked you with a hearty laugh when you passed him his instrument. I heard that in the end, he was too weak to even lift a bow. I thought that without the shadow of the Witch King's spire, the skies of Lathanion would change greatly. I thought that going from Verdinian to Zwillingstürme, from the Witch's King's spire to the Twin Empress's spire, the melody echoing in the dusk would be somehow different. But both then and now, we are like the clouds, unable to control where we drift. You, why are you not going downstairs? I have no interest in this sort of concert. A melody that binds the listener's will is just another form of law. How did you know? As complex as your arts are, their structure is clearly visible to those familiar with Originium arts and music. In that sense, it's different from Laterano's law. Music should come from the unrestrained breathing of the soul, but you turned it into a cornerstone of order, all to control people's wills and wear down their emotions. True bonds between souls are growing weaker. People are increasingly unable to understand one another, unable to respect the emotions of one another, and as such do harm to one another. Such a rigid melody is no music at all. Ugh. We're almost at the top. I should start preparing for the next piece before this one ends. It's almost time to make good on our promise, isn't it? As you said, this is a good place to play. Or listen. Oh, is she talking about her teacher? Is that who she's kind of talking to? Is this my deepest memory? Yes. Sorry. Why apologize? Very few have invited me to play their heart's music of their own accord. Most did whatever they could to escape. Yet you have bared your soul to me. For that I am grateful and overjoyed. I just thought I could show you the death of the Witch King through my memories. My music simply follows the melody of your heart. It cannot decide what you recall. All I can do is feel your emotions and recreate them. Sounds like sculpting then. You could say that. I discover and record rather than changing one's true visage. There is only one reason we cannot enter the Witch King's spire in your memories. Whenever you recall his death, there is a hand that truly moves your emotions. A hand that grabbed you amidst that great flood of arts. Whose hand was it? Whose hand was it? It was Viviana's. Look out! They're coming one after another. Federico and I will try and hold them off. You're blind and it's too risky. Grab my hand and stay close. You're so much like him. You mean my father? This is just like when he grabbed me under the Witch King's spire. He grabbed the hand of a servant he'd never met and protected me through one wave of arts after another. You were in the spire the night of the Witch King died. You never told me that was how you met. Yeah. I had just lost my sight and was cowering before the half-collapsed stairs. Neither the Witch King's guard nor the twin soldiers would have paid any heed to a humble servant. Instead, a squad from Sturmland found me. It was led by Werner, looking for his missing father and brother in the spire. His heart must have been fraught with worry, but he couldn't ignore me shivering in a corner and pulled me out of the ruins himself. That sounds like him, all right. I would have done the same. You're both good people. Very good people. It's such a shame that... Why are you covering my ears? No need to be afraid, Viviana. No, she is evil! Ah! It'll pass. This will all pass. What's happening? The music has changed. It's hideous. My head, who's attacking me? It's like someone stuffed 1,000 screaming foul beasts into my brain. These fireworks too, the colors, it's so crass. This is wrong, this isn't right. Am I playing it wrong? Is everyone wrong? Bear from Sturmland, are you alright? Don't touch me. I don't know who you are and I don't want to know. Are you the one who played it wrong? Are you trying to break something? Everything? Ugh! Something went wrong with the melody. But how could everyone be wrong at the same time? And how could a simple mistake lead to something so painful? Look at the Twin Empress's spires. It's him. Herkampf Schorn. I'd recognize that anywhere. His power is eating away at the Golden Gesatts. The Witch King's remnants. Where are they? I knew there were some left. It's time to fight, Lessing. You're not affected by a few dark clouds after what I've had to live with in my head every day of my life. The Golden Gasach itself, though, it made me miss Erdica. Now that is deeply disturbing. That's the power of the movement. It defines Lithanian and its beliefs. I don't want someone else deciding what I should miss, what I should love, and what I should praise. But I'm guessing that whoever it is that's sabotaging the performance is after more than just pranking the Kaiserin and the nobles outside Zwillingstürme. Enemy on your left. I know, your side too. Let's do this together. I didn't think anyone would retain their senses. For once, I'm grateful for everything you've done to me. Pain and chaos in my brain are like old friends by now. Oh. Good work. You too. So why are you acting just fine while everyone else is in agony? I'm beginning to suspect that you're a lich-sculpted wooden puppet. I was trained from a very young age to deal with this kind of situation. And what kind of situation would that be? The collapse of the Golden Gasach. Please tell me you're joking. Do you see the golden glow rising over the edge of the amphitheater? I've never seen so many guest watchers in one place at the same time. Her Majesty's order. Surround Nade Avenue and Macht Avenue. Do not allow the corrupted golden swatch to spread. So many Gasach watchers. And Gendameri. Yeah, she knew it was going to happen. That's why she covered Viviana's ears. Yeah, she's evil. The entire Zwillingstürme Sof will be on lockdown before long. Huh, it's no use. It's too late. Herkampfschorn is back. The one true king has returned to the Lithanian that rightfully belongs to him. Quiet, please. We're leaving. Viviana. Cora, please, promise me. Don't say or do anything for now. I might have tried something if I were just Heir Rainer, but there are too many of them, and each one the equal of a knight champion. Why do you not speak? Why should we hide now that the curtain is about to rise? Our dream, our obsession, the moment for which we have given both blood and soul is finally upon us. So why is there no joy on your face? Concertum? I told you to be quiet. You knew? Since when? I visited Marigold Alley before I went to see Artoria. I wanted to see those drawings again, the images that gave me such warmth. But I didn't find anything. All the drawings, the ones with marigolds in them, the ones with clues leading to the Witch King, all gone. You took them, didn't you? I only needed to take the ones containing the clues. But I couldn't bear to part with the marigolds either. My suspicions were confirmed the moment you told me that you were there the night the Witch King died. When you cleaned the canvas back then, you left a spot untouched, the part showing you. The Witch King's remnants were after witnesses to the Witch King's death, and you were one of them. But you're different from the others. You're not an innocent victim. I didn't want to say it. I didn't even want to ask. Why couldn't I be selfish just this once? I'm sorry. I really am sorry, Viviana. Why? Why do I have to lose something I only just found? We should fight together, Concert Master. The Ghost Watchers are here. We've come so far, it would be a shame to die at their hands now. The amphitheater is a scene of chaos. The tuning continues. The Ludwig's Universitat incident already proved that only the Kaiserin could fight Herkampfschorn's arts. What would the twins think of my little show of selfishness, of betrayal? I'm not especially concerned. Do you believe that the Golden Gasach can completely change its tone? I only care about the result. The last person to rewrite the Golden Gasach was Herkampfschorn, but even he did not consider its destruction. The movement is the foundation of which Lithinian is built. Its destruction will undermine everything. Our aesthetics, our habits and usage of arts, the Kefirsten system, the Imperial authority. I will begin unprecedented change to Lithanian. But change isn't necessarily bad. If it were, we would never have been born. A pair of children born of arts in defiance of the laws of nature. This is just the beginning. That's what Fremont said to Leopold. We were but infants at the time, but I know you understood what they said as well as I did. We were born with a duty to change Lithanian. Leopold was afraid of us, which is why he had an army ready to tear us apart from behind the moment we killed Herkenschorn. But we survived. We may not have chosen to be born, but once we were, we had the right to live. 23 years ago, we stood here gazing at the same sunset, over an altogether different scene of chaos. You extend your hand to me before we began our long-awaited duet. You said, "The sunset doesn't belong to anyone. Not to Herkenschorn, not to Leopold, not to Kurfürsten, nor to any other ambitious noble." Yeah. You took my hand and we walked here together. There is no need to answer to the Kurfürsten. No need to be manipulated by anyone. Our fate is ours alone to decide. And apparently, someone else shares the same desire. Such a curious thing, the human soul. To think that even artificial children would learn human desire after gaining souls. That through the wish as simple as can be, the meek may be able to accomplish what even Herkenschorn failed to, and redefine Lithanian. You want to ask whether I let Cora roam free on purpose, don't you? Are you not of the same mind on this matter? Our thoughts are linked even if it's been a long time since the two of us have watched the sunset together. Let's stay a while. It won't take long. Very well. What will the future look like? Would you still watch it with me, Hildegard? So are they both in cahoots? I'm confused now. Where's Cora? Viviana. I could hear Brant's voice. He's fighting the remaining cultists. They won't last long. But the other is even faster. Viviana is silent, but her arts draw closer. I feel a shadow creep over the top of my foot, as cold as a storm at night. Look out, Concertmaster! Concertmaster? How... my arts went through. This is... tuning? Why? I'm sorry, Amelia. Like I said, my decision has never changed. Haha, it's nothing. We've betrayed so many in our lifetimes, perhaps too many. Herkenschorn's internal spire, it's so close. I'll be waiting for you, on the stairs. Concertmaster. Amelia must have turned to dark dust before me. This is how it is for the Witch King's followers. They don't want their bodies to linger on a land that lacks Herkenschorn's favor. She's dead. Most of them are. The remaining resistance will not last long. And the same for me, I suppose. You deceived the followers of Herkenschorn. Ah, the Kaiserin's instruction was to become the Concertmaster of the Witch King's followers. To become a hope and a lure, and to lead them into the abyss by their own volition. Oh! It's been 23 years. Everything about the Witch King, the long nightmares, the deep-rooted fears, the meaningless ambition, should have been gone from this country a long time ago. So why is the tuning still going? Because... Werner. Did the Kaiserin order Father's death? I tried to persuade him. I tried so hard. I wanted him to hand over the copy of the Golden Gesetz, so I could move it to elsewhere, but he was concerned that the Witch King remnants would catch on, thus nullifying the bait. I asked him if maybe Brant could arrive at the scene earlier and save him at the scene of the attack, but he refused. He said he was already dying and we would soon get to see Lucinda. A few more days wasn't worth dragging both you and Sturmland into it. But you'd have gotten there if only... But if you'd have gotten there, if only he'd held out for a few more hours. Or less. He was too determined to leave. He gave up too easily. The day Werner died, I recovered the copy of the movement and watched you return to Sturmland, walking the path paved for you, so similar to his. And I made the choice that had long been brewing in my heart. The Golden Gesetz. You're using Hunkvenshorn's arts to tune the music. You're trying to destroy it, or rather, the influence it holds over all Lithanians. They say that fate is an endless spiral staircase. If so, the Golden Gesetz is the staircase trapping Lithanian. Stairs built 1,000 years ago, glorious and beautiful on the outside, yet rotted to the core on the inside. I've seen so many people trapped within. Emanuel, Gerhard, Frida, Loris, and Brandt, all suffering the tidings of fate, helpless to change it. The Witch King's spire fell, yet more rose to take its place. Those beneath the spires wish to climb them, while those atop them aspire to an even higher perch. They come and go up and down, an endless waltz of hatred and conflict, pain, sorrow, and regret, filling the souls of one generation of Lithanians after another. You too, Viviana. Once you enter the Kaizen spires, you will only speak what they want you to. I can see, I've already seen, how you will be forced to live a life you don't want, just like your father before you. The Golden Gesetz never changes. Lithanian never changes. Tragedy never changes. Unless we free ourselves from the movement of the past. You say you want to change our fate, but who are you to decide who gets saved and who gets sacrificed? I can't, it's not my place, nor is it anyone's. You want to destroy the old order, but where is the new order? Can you guarantee it will be better than yesterday or today? I can't. Our future isn't for someone like me to decide. Those who died for the plan and the people right before us, didn't you realize the pain they're in? I hear them, their screams, their laments. I will never stop hearing them, not until the day I die. Then why do you have to be the one to change everything? Because I can. It's the only reason? Someone has to. My life never had much meaning to begin with, except for one speck of light that never fully belonged to me. And I would do anything to keep it from going out. I can't condone your cruelty, arrogance, or irresponsibility. And as such, I must stop you. Of course. Disaster has already struck, and by my hand. I've caused so much death, with even more to come. Just stop this. I can't, not after what it took to get this far. Do you know what it is about your actions I agree with the least? You really are heartless. No. Viviana. Cora. Oh. It's gonna zoom out, isn't it? Uh-oh. I know. You're soft on the outside, but firm on the inside. Just can't turn your back on other people's pain. You don't want to make things difficult for Bran either. You're always thinking of others, even now. And I'm glad I got to die at the hands of the one I love the most. I'm sorry. Are the clouds beautiful today? No need to be afraid, Viviana. It'll pass. This will all... She embraces me. I can feel her hand on my back trembling. I want to hug her and comfort her like I used to. Perhaps I did. I talked so much even though I had already begun to go numb from blood loss. I can imagine her lake-like eyes beginning to rain, a gentle complexion warped by torment. She only just learned that I've never clearly seen the faces of her father and mother. Through Werner's words, I could only imagine how they looked, how they met, and how they fell in love. After all, I went into that dark spire the day I came to Vidinium, and the day I left it, I could no longer see. Everything I know that's nice and beautiful, including Brandt, was brought to me by Werner and Lucinda. Except for one thing. Except this. The day that Werner brought the girl down from the spire to me. The day that I touched her soft, timid hand, the day that I wiped away her tears. That was the day that I became certain of it. I loved this child, and not because she was their daughter, but because I saw in her something that none of us had. Oh, it's not going to zoom all the way out. You deserve a better life than this, Viviana, if there really is one. 23 years ago, I heard the sound of fighting from below and gave the resonance pipeline at the top of the spire a little push. Just a little push, something anyone could do. It created the tiniest gap in Sean's defensive arts. He had never imagined that a humble maidservant would have the courage to betray him. Today, I tampered with the resonance pipelines of the Twin Empresses' spires. All I did was restore the Witch King's tuning components, according to the arts he left behind in the copy of the Golden Gesetz, then activate them with my own humble arts. Life is too short. Do nothing and you leave no trace behind, like the clouds floating past the spires. But no one should drift with the wind like that, unable to determine their own future. Many desires change. I'm just the first to extend my hand. I hope that after this, all good people, all the people I love, will have a true future. If it works, I assume it's going to work, right? Oi, oi, oi. Oi, 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 oi. Okay, so that's interesting. So what I think happened there, and I might have a couple of things mixed up. So like she said at the end there, she betrayed, she was a servant essentially of the Witch King. She moved the pipes at the top of the building that kind of ruined his defenses that he had put up, and then everyone was able to go in and deal with the Witch King. She then went on to serve Viviana's parents essentially, while also serving the twins. She then, I think Grimmick, I'm pretty sure Grimmick, which is the twin that's in the military garb, came up with the decision to get rid of the Golden March or whatever it's called. Essentially like the law that the Sarkaz have, right? Where they can't go against the law or they become a fallen angel or a fallen Sarkaz. So she wanted to get rid of it. I'm not sure why she wanted to do that. I guess we might see that later on in the chapters. So then they employed her to go and pretend to be part of the Witch King's remnants so that she could get their trust and then plan all of this out. I'm not sure why they did the first tower. The first tower doesn't make sense to me. Where they stormed that first tower, built it up, and then one of the twins came on, and I think it was Grimmick, came over and destroyed it. I'm not sure why that happened. And then she goes on to put the Witch King's tuning at the top of the Twin Spires, which then broke the Golden March. I'm just going to call it the English name because I can't remember quite completely the German name. Which is breaking the contract essentially that forces all of the people in Lithanian to like think the same way, have the same goals almost, is what they're kind of saying. The same wants, that kind of thing. But in doing so, including the tower beforehand, she ended up killing a lot of people as a result. And is that why Viviana kills her? That's probably the bit I have the biggest struggle with, is why Viviana killed her. Because what she was doing in that moment, she wasn't actively using her arts. She'd already done the damage. So what was the point in killing her in that moment? I'm hoping they kind of describe it in the next couple of chapters, or maybe I missed something, but I don't think I did. Yeah, we'll have to figure that out in the next few chapters. But that is where we're going to end it for tonight. So the next time we pick this up, possibly tomorrow, we'll see. We'll do chapter 7, most likely the last chapter, and the boss will be stage 8. And then there'll be a, not an interlude. What do you call the thing after it? A postlude? I don't know what you call it. There'll be that after it as well. A conclusion story bit that we'll go through. And then we'll be completed with the story part, at least, of this. And then we've got the difficulty modes, which come out. Actually, when do they come out? The 7th. Oh, that's tomorrow. Oh, okay. So we might be able to finish off the story and then go into the the challenge modes that following night, because I think the last 2 chapters aren't going to take me that long. I think it's going to be like an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe. But yeah. Actually, we can see. Oh, it goes up to 9. Wait, it goes up to 10? Oh. Oh, okay. It goes far longer than they usually do. Okay, we got a while to go then, I guess. Cool. All right. I think that is where. Oh, and where does Artoria come into this, huh? Where does she come into this? What's she doing? All right. That is where I'm gonna call it though. Oh, actually, I do probably need to run these random things, but I'll do them off stream. I'll do that off stream. Cool. All right, I am off. I will catch you guys later. Thank you for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. I hope the story hasn't been too confusing. It has had a little confusing bits here and there, but I think it's finally unraveling itself. We're finally understanding what's actually going on. Cool. All right. Peace out. I'm out of here. Bye.